And then immediately roll 2 god-awful sailing checks. It's just like, all right, well, that's not foreshadowing the story to come.
Makes sense, though. You're lacking a few tools you need, and you brought a fuck ton of people who've probably never been on more than the Arctic Lake, which you led them across, for the record.
It's a valid point. So, narratively speaking, it checks out. Wouldn't make sense if I rolled a 20 and was like, fuck yeah, let me just explain to all of you how to sail the first time right now. And then pull it off.
You know at least one of them fuckers is going to fail an intelligence check. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Didn't one of them immediately go lay down as we were setting sail? Pretty sure Gladier heard his back just like doing something before we even left and then went to lay down as we set sail. So he didn't actually do anything.
A natty 1 on trying to toss a slave cage overboard because it was bolted to the deck. And threw his back.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I listened to the last, I don't know, hour and a half or so of last session while I was at work today. Fuck, man. You guys had me cry laughing again. I don't know what is wrong with y'all, but goddamn.
Yeah, I need to listen back. I gotta see if Anthony can keep uploading them on Apple Podcasts, because I can only listen to it via YouTube right now, I think, and I have to keep my screen open or it pauses it. And I just can't do that shit when I'm at work, and that's mostly when I listen to podcasts.
Yeah, true. That's kind of how my setup as well. I got to be like watching the video or whatever. But eventually, I will probably upload them in a way we could all listen. But I don't know. It might be more helpful to get a bigger library down. But I will eventually put all this shit on Spotify if one of you doesn't beat me to it.
Oh, that would be sick. I mean, Anthony's already figured out how to get it on Apple Podcasts. So,
well, if I get the audios, I might be able to create a second channel since I'm paying for our podcast that goes live tomorrow at midnight Central Time.
Oh, shit. Is this the Myths and Monsters, whatnot?
Monsters and Mythos.
Yes.
Yes, the pilot first official episode should be live at midnight Central Time tonight.
No shit. What's it releasing on?
Everything. I got it on Spotify, Apple. I have it on TuneIn. I have it on Listen Notes, iHeartRadio. I'm trying to figure out how to get to Pandora.
Damn. Well, yeah, if it's going up on everything, then I'll be sure to check that out.
But I think I could create a second channel because I just paid for the thing so that I wouldn't run into a limit of how much we upload and how long it stays. And I think it allows me a second channel on there.
I've already turned it the first, 13 episodes or so of the previous arc. I've already turned from MP4 into MP3 files. So I could definitely get you a fuck ton of episodes like right away and finish off the rest. If all you need is an MP3 file, brother, I got them.
No. Yeah, so once I get those, and then I can schedule the release, so it's not like 13 all at once. You could do like the first 2, and then a weekly release with special episode titles. Like, this is the one shot, not the actual story or anything like that.
I mean, it would make sense. We would have a backlog, catalog of episodes already done, and just release them weekly or bi-weekly as we go from here on out.
It also
Also,
saves us
can
a
we all
little
get a round of
time.
applause? I think this is the earliest that all of us have gotten on and been in chat ready to go in like at least weeks, if not months.
Hold the fuck on. Anthony showed up. Right. Wait, hold on. Damn it. I'm like in the middle of pouring a drink. I gave Anthony like 10 more minutes at least. I'll be right there.
To be fair, usually I don't join the chat till I'm all set up, but this time I was like, you know what, I'm gonna join chat and then get set up, which makes more sense.
I mean, honestly, man, lately everybody's usually like coming in a few minutes late. Half the time I just join the chat and put my phone in my pocket while I'm like cleaning up dinner and shit. And I just sit there on mute.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm getting my oldest ready for, or my youngest, I'm getting his pajamas on, getting the oldest one his pills. So you might hear him in the background. So I just stay on mute while the updates and shit are going.
Dad.
All right, fellas. Well, give me just a second. I'll organize my paperwork and we'll start this here in about 5 minutes. Sorry. What are the odds that I'm 15 minutes early and 5 minutes late? What the fuck? All
I
right.
think the weekend the D&D movie comes out, the wife and I are going on a date.
Nice. I'm going to take my old lady out as soon as I can get to that as well.
I mean, I was gonna take Will as a date, but my wife and his fiance have both started playing, so it might just end up being a double date.
You gonna buy me popcorn?
Oh, how else am I gonna put my dick in the bottom of it and wait for you to reach?
All right, gentlemen. Let's
Before you start, let me get can I get a mic check real quick?
Yeah, dude. What's up? You sound pretty good, clear for now.
I'm using my Xbox headset. Want to make sure it sounds good.
Coming in standard for me.
All right, sounds good. Good to go then.
All right. So let's recap real quick. Last session began on the westernmost coast of Hordenshire, thousands of feet below the countryside within a hidden cove, formerly used by pirates to shuttle slaves high up the sheer cliff walls to and from Hordenshire. Now sat abandoned, the party also finding and commandeering Renwick's father's ship, the Dawn Treader here, as well as a pair of identical magical parchments, a list of some sort. The party quickly sets sail, and poorly. The Greenhorn crew, to Renwick's frustration, turned what should have been a several-hour venture to the Isle of Shades into a day-and-a-half venture, during which Renwick manned the helm the entire time. Upon docking upon the Isle of Shades, a pirate-riddled sandbar full of bars, warehouses, pirates, and little else, the party split to gather info, resources, and guard the boat. Upon the delivery of some acquired resources, Gladier discovers his missing coin purse, causing a mid-street skerfluffle with a few orc delivery men. After which, when the confusion was sorted out, they helped put the party on the right track to finding the cut purse. This turned out to be, of course, Ariel, a local thief and pirate for hire. After staking out a bar, rumored to be one of her hangouts, and almost causing a bar brawl with the captain and crew of the Waterhammer, a ship upon the mysterious parchment you have discovered. You find her trying to rob said ship. After that, through a series of dialogue, low persuasion checks, and spellcasting, you manage to recover Gladier's coin burst, gain a bit of info on the no-hit list, and bring Ariel on this voyage with you, albeit against her will. So, with a freshly caged Ariel, a slightly wounded Logos, and another very frustrating moment for Captain Renwick as his greenhorn crew seemed to make sailing slow and cumbersome again. With that, he heads to bed. The rest of the crew share some more dialogue, mostly with a very angry Ariel. And in the end, Blade was able to talk her into some complacency with the promise of perhaps a fresh start and some magic-free negotiations in the morning. And that morning is where we are now. So, first of all, Logos, I'm going to need you to give me just a raw D20. Did I hit you? I hit you with the dice too soon, or what?
Was that for me?
Yep.
What was I supposed to give you, my bad?
Just I need a raw luck check from you. 1d20. You agreed to take the helm as you felt that you owed it to the party. So we are going to see through a luck check to see how well you kept on the course Renwick put you on, which was a shit course for the record.
I'm gonna roll it in chat to keep it fun. Well, not bad. I think, is that better than what Renwick's rolled? 13.
Not a far shot from it, if anything.
Okay, so the following morning, throughout the night, it is somewhat uneventful. Logos, you man the helm. You manage to get your meditation in early, and then you man the helm throughout most of the night for the crew. And so you guys kind of begin to stir, and as you look out from the ship, you come up from above deck, you see nothing but the sea in all directions.
Is there anybody up with me right now?
Throughout most of the night, you were solo, but as the morning stirs, you can hear the crew stirring about. Renwick probably takes an extra hour or two of snoozing due to the running about 25, 26 hours straight with no sleep before he actually managed to lay down. So I imagine he's the last to rouse, but yeah, your party does rouse early in the morning.
I'd like to take some of the food that we bought and lay out some rations.
As little Chris comes up, he's just going to say, well, seem to be on course. We're still on the water and not on land. And take a quick look to see if Ariel's still there.
She is still in her cage in the fetal position in the corner. Looks like possibly sleeping. You're not sure.
I'll grab what crap food we have, place it in the corner away from her of the cage. And then I'm going to go look for about 5 feet of rope and a piece of heavy metal.
I don't know where this is going, but I love it. Okay, yeah. For the supplies that you had purchased, the barrels are kind of low quality, and the food is definitely low quality. It's mostly dehydrated beetles. But along with that, there were several parcels that were just large sections of rope and like replacement sail. So it would be all too easy to go and find a lead object and a rope and whatnot.
All right, I just want to tie the rope to the object. Not doing anything with it. Just in case.
We'll say it's almost like a railroad spike type of device used to both pry, bend, and sometimes bind wood. So you've essentially got like a railroad spike iron.
I'd
And
imagine.
I'll tie that to my rope.
I would imagine Blade would probably be up, grab his rations, and probably seeing that that there was some over for Ariel. He would probably just make his way over to the cage, maybe just kind of like sit down next to it. Not next to the cage, but maybe like 5 feet away from it, and just kind of waiting for her to wake up.
Okay.
As Renwick stirs and gets up, he's just going to make his way back to the helm, check in on Logus, relieve him, and I guess rechart our course based on where he ended up leaving us.
Renwick, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Starting off strong with a 13.
So as you kind of look around and you see like the course you had kind of set, fortunately for you, it looks like Logus for the most part kept you on course. However, must have been your delirium from being up so late. You actually had plotted the wrong course. You had taken a route you had not taken previously, and as far as you know, as you look about and try to gain the ascertain where you are per se on the sea, you at this moment are completely lost. You have no idea what part of the ocean you are in, and likely will not be able to pinpoint your location until at the very least starlight. But for the moment, you are lost at sea.
Good morning, Captain. I've kept it on course as you left it. Think I did a good job.
And Renwick will just kind of look around. Be like, I think you might be the finest crew member in this party of shitheads. I thank you for that. I desperately needed that sleep. But, on to the next day. And he'll just kind of like saunter over to the wheel, adjust his hat, and settle in, and just play it cool.
All right, yeah, keeping that under your hat that you're possibly totally lost. You kind of just take the helm and begin steering. So as you kind of do so, I'm gonna have your crew kind of take over for a bit here. So Logos, you are excluded from this for a bit because I believe you have been assigned to the crow's nest. So I assume that you scamper up and take your position there as the captain kind of approaches the helm. So Blade, Locris, and Gladier, I'm going to need some checks from you. However, I believe only Blade and Locris have mentioned that they've got up and done something. So I'm assuming Gladier is currently below deck. But we're going to need, I will give your choice. You can use acrobatics or you can use athletics. But as Renwick kind of takes the helm and adjusts course, so he does have to call out a few commands. Now, depending on whether you can execute these commands or not, depends on whether he gets to roll a straight roll, maybe with disadvantage, maybe with advantage, because the captain is only, as good as his crew. So, that being said, Gladier, give me a perception check while Locris and Blade go ahead and choose either athletics or acrobatics as you hear your captain call out a command and choose to tie the ropes and pull the sails as necessary.
Yeah, Glader would have groggily just woken up and just slowly made his way above deck. Probably not feeling too great, being the first time he's on the open ocean. And then just, I guess, start looking around. Oh, that seems great. That's a 10 on perception.
Gladier, your coin purse still there. Fuck yeah.
You
Okay, so
23.
All right, and Locris. So the two of you, hearing Renwick call out a relatively quick and easy command, Blade and Locris, you kind of snap into action briefly. You journey several steps, grab a rope, pull it taut, and tie it off in a different location, and then bam. For once, Renwick doesn't come down and start yelling at you guys and making you retie the knots and pull the ropes in different directions. You guys managed to pull it off, and swiftly, even to Renwick's surprise. So Renwick, go ahead and give me a sailing check for to keep course.
And we were calling that, I believe, intelligence plus proficiency double with tools.
Correct.
17.
All right, yeah. You hold true. You kind of use the location of the rising sun to get a general knowledge of at least what direction you are heading, and you begin to make your way.
I'm sorry. Did you say with advantage because they did well?
So, in order for you to sail properly, at least two of your crew have to complete said tasks. So, if Gladier had been on deck bright and early, you may have got advantage if he had also succeeded.
God damn it! I rolled I thought I misheard you, so I rolled again just to see. Got a nat 20. So, Alec, next time get up fucking earlier.
This is the first time Gladier's been on the ocean. He's seasick.
Oh, great.
He's a greenish gold driving board for the moment.
1/4 of my crew is a seasick lizard. Awesome.
That being said, Logos up top, I need you to give me 2 rolls. I want a perception check for what you are checking out, but I also need another rod. No, actually, I need you to roll me a D12 and a perception check.
Okay, I'll do the perception check first. That is a 19 total. And the D12 is 6.
Okay, so as you kind of look out over the horizon, you see nothing but ocean in every direction, but you can tell from your, you have a pretty keen sense of direction, plus you just watched the sunrise, so, but you can tell that Renwick has righted the ship's sort of kind of angle and seems to be heading true north. But as far as you can see, all around you is just nothing but ocean and clear blue sky on what appears to be, a bright sunny day.
Logos will hop down and walk over to Renwick's side and, Captain, it seems that you are heading north, if that was your intention, and there's nothing but ocean between us.
And having consulted the map that we have, which direction were we heading to get to Tuscargo?
So, you know for sure you were at the Isle of Shades, which is location 3. Where you went from there? Question mark. Where you are now, heading north.
Well, that's going to be fun. Shit. So what's our nearest, I guess, body of land? Trying to find the old pinned map.
So you would know that there is between the Isle of Shades and north side of Tuscargo, there is a halfling colony called Green Hill. It is, a smaller island, but that is roughly 2.5, maybe 3 days travel from the port you had just left, and it's roughly the halfway mark between your previous destination and north side Tuscargo.
Well, it appears that we're going to have a bit more trouble getting where we're going. I guess we could consider a stop in Green Hill, or we could try to push through to Tuscargo, but we're probably better off traveling at night so we can navigate through the stars, since none of us have a compass, and unfortunately I can't seem to find any sort of tools in the captain's quarters. So I think we're shit out of luck there. I think we just have to make a call.
Well, I think if you stay on this path, and at least we're heading north, and once it gets dark, we can use the stars to, like you said, we can maybe make out a little map of our own and a compass. If we stay true to the path for now, at least.
Well, he'll walk to the top of the stairs and call out to the party and just be like, look, boys, navigating these waters without proper tools is proven to be rather difficult. What say you? Do we just keep heading north, and then as the sun sets, we'll navigate by the stars? Does anybody need to stop off in Green Hill or anything like that? We just need to figure out a game plan.
Do we have a magnet on the ship?
Give me an investigation check. As Renwick kind of calls out to the party, which is also his deckhands, Blade, you notice Ariel begins to stir and look about, but she stays conservatively in her fetal position in the corner of her cage.
A 23 with natural 20.
You, as you kind of are digging about some of the supplies, you do come across, fortunately for you, a set of rather crude, but you do find some navigator's supplies, like a small spyglass, a compass, different charts or two to depict different currents and things in the situations, in the different weathers and whatnot, and also aside from that, different like trading routes and things, commonly traveled waters. Something called the Alliance Hook seems to be quite popular, and the routes do kind of go along, a majority of what is the Alliance Isles.
I'll bring that all up on the deck and just yell, "Hey, Captain! Now, I know I haven't been sailing very long, but I think some of this stuff might help."
And Renwick will make his way down and be like, well, after what I've seen today with the way you've been working and what you just found, you definitely have a knack for being out on the water. You might be in the running for first mate. Technically speaking, I haven't declared one yet, and I'll be keeping my eye on you. And he'll just go down and gather all the supplies and
I'll
Is
turn and look
Logos
at Logos and just give him a little wink.
Logos is way up in the
Logos.
crow's nest currently.
I walked down to. I was by Renwick when I went and talked to him about the
Okay.
stars. So if he said that around me, then Logos is very flustered because he thought he was in the running for first mate, or in the lead at least.
and so it begins.
I mean, I'm gonna say I think I rolled best.
Yeah, I was gonna say of technical work ethic, Blade was killing it.
But as Ariel kind of wakens up, Blade will kind of get a little bit closer to the cage and just kind of say good morning to you, and say I guess we got some food for you. Not the maybe not our best work, and kind of lean in, take a maybe with his finger, kind of take a little bit off the side, and just kind of put it in his mouth, taste it, and just say, but it won't kill you either. Kind of gesturing that it's not poisoned.
So it's mostly just what Locris had provided her was, a few dehydrated beetles and some, like a bowl or a tankard full of passable drinking water. But as she kind of wakes up, looks about, and gives a little stretch, creeps over to the what has been put in her cell, and she looks at it and looks at you. You let them buy from the orcs? Awful. Truly awful. And she does still have a dagger, even though she is locked in the cell. And she pulls it from her belt and quickly skins these beetles and eats the meaty inside, tossing the shells off, to the side. And she kind of looks at you as she's slowly eating her breakfast.
Blade just goes, yeah, I mean, we were kind of limited on our resources there. We kind of wanted to get in and out, as you could probably tell. But seems like you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, kind of noticing that, taking the shell off the beetle and whatnot. Blade was basically popping them like popcorn chicken.
There's definitely, it's got a little kind of a crunch and like an oily texture to it. You definitely notice that, the way she's doing it seems to be provide a little more pleasant of a product than the, pulling the occasional leg out of your teeth.
With a little downtime, Locris is going to use his ring of mending to start repairing his stuff and just sail out. If anybody has anything that needs a quick fix, bring them over, because I'm doing this once today.
Now that we're back on the water, Renwick's going to take his sailing hat and coat and pass him over and just be like, well, they've certainly got a few scuffs and scrapes over the course of overthrowing a government. So if you don't mind, I'd like to look nice at the helm.
If you don't mind, Captain, I could do that for you because I can cast Mending as a cantrip now. And I'll kind of rush over a little too eagerly and start working on this coat for him.
Well, talk about a complete change in work ethic. You boys are something else today. Must have found your sea legs this morning.
Locris is going to look at Logos with a just completely straight face and kind of itch the end of his nose. Like, hey, you got something right here. It's a little brown, or did you get into some chocolate or something?
Now, Lokers, you know we don't have chocolate on board. I'm merely trying to help the captain.
Oh, that was 25 deception there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Logos, go ahead and roll. We'll call it an insight check.
Hold on. Okay, +7 insight. Oh, come on, baby, hot dice. Fuck, 23.
Yeah, you're pretty sure you can even see it. You know, there must be a dot at the end of your nose. What is he talking about?
Logus will very subtly try to wipe his nose on his sleeve, just to double check and make sure that Locris isn't trying to. He doesn't know if he's trying to make him look like a fool or he's being genuine.
Ariel kind of finishing her breakfast looks to you, Blade, and she kind of whispers under her breath as she's slowly kind of, gauging your comrades here, and you definitely hear her say under her breath, idiots.
And Blade will kind of whisper back, all of them.
She cracks a smile as she finishes her breakfast.
Blade's gonna. I might be a little late to this, but were we close enough to where like Ariel and I could hear Renwick talking about overthrowing the government?
I would assume that Renwick didn't say he was like having a hushed conversation or anything. He's just talking to his crew on the boat. So yeah, you're not far from Renwick, maybe 15, 20 feet. He's at the helm, so if you'd be on the main deck sitting by the slave cages and Ariel. So Renwick's only about 15 or 20 feet from you, but he is roughly 5, maybe 6 feet above you.
Okay, gotcha. Is there any way can I do like a perception check to see if she maybe even heard that conversation at all?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Oh no. Not bad. 16.
With that, you notice that she's very subtle. You notice that she kind of feels that she is in a at least not ideal situation currently. So if she did pick up on it, she maintained her body language very well as to not give away that maybe she was eavesdropping. You're not sure. She's hard to read, and that's kind of her personality trait. She's hard to read. Not exactly sure.
Gotcha. So Blade is gonna kind of not get right to business, but just be like, so we said we were gonna talk in the morning. What would you like to talk about?
She takes a big swallow of the fresh water. She drains the entire container and sets it down next to an empty plate. Kind of slowly steps away from you and settles back into the corner that she was in before. She kind of just shrugs. Yeah, you tell me. I'm your prisoner. What do you want to talk about?
Well, mainly, I just kind of want to talk about what you know about us. I mean, I said there would be no spells involved, and I don't intend there to be any. But I just want to make sure that we're both on the same page, and I want you to know that we're not necessarily bad people.
She kind of eyeballs you curiously. Well, I guess I would have to argue with that, given the present circumstance. But I suppose I could, at the very least, hear you out, It's not like I'm going anywhere, is it?
Well, in this current position, no. But I mean, I'd like to think of us, and he kind of points out to our crew or to the crew as I mean, we're a very reasonable group, and we don't want to bring any harm to you. And unfortunately, it was just a kind of a disgusting pile of bad events that led to you in this position. And I want to know what's going to make it right without you killing us and us killing you. Maybe there's some sort of agreement we can work on. It seems that you know the trade of sailing. I don't know what you were doing for work. It seems maybe smuggling back at the port, but maybe we can compensate you a little bit more without having to pickpocket us.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, Blade.
So 28.
You mention a payment, and she kind of she tries to maintain composure, but you swear at the prospect of being paid. Her eyes brighten a little bit, and her demeanor slightly changes, but not much. She kind of looks you over and says, "Well, I guess you tell me what you had in mind then there, handsome. I'm kind of not in a position to really barter now, am I? Let's sit in this cage and watch these numbskulls crash this into a reef somewhere. Or I imagine I could be persuaded to put in a bit of labor, provided a few conditions are met. I wouldn't mind being let go. That'd be great."
Now let me ask you something, Ariel. What do you have back home? What's waiting for you there exactly?
Roll me another persuasion check. This one with disadvantage.
$13 with disadvantage.
Don't worry about what I got at home. Home ain't nothing worth talking about. What do you got at home? Something happy? Something involved with some kind of family, I imagine? She kind of looks at you. Ups you eyes and down, and she says, "You look like a rich kid to me."
Maybe rich once, but not so much anymore. My parents, they really didn't really give me too much growing up as far as attention. And I know that just sounds like a little whiny boy problem, but I don't really have anyone at home that cares for me. And these people in the past couple weeks have shown me more care than my actual parents have.
Me too, and I'm in a cage. What's that tell you? She smiles at
you. Well, you got me beat there. But I'd like to get you out of that cage. And I'd like to maybe come to an agreement with you. And maybe what are some terms of yours that you feel need to be met for us to be on kind of the same platform here?
Obviously, you let me out of this cage. I don't want to deal with this being imprisoned. It doesn't suit well with me. Also, considering I, turned down your initial offer for employment, I would consider, that kind of a substantial bargaining chip as far as wages. Now, I don't imagine a daily fee would be too out of the question. I mean, I didn't get to each and every one of your coin purses, but if any of your coin purses are like old No Eyes Dragonborn over there. She kind of directs to Gladier. She says, I imagine you could probably afford a steep fee. But that aside, I don't care what your mission is, what god you pray to, what faction you're working for. I want my freedom. When we reach port, I'm gone. I leave, no questions asked. I don't owe you nothing, you don't owe me nothing. And I'm out. What do you think? Talk old captain into this?
Well, we can't exactly force you to sail along on this fantastic journey of ours, but if going free is really what you want, then that's what you can get. And if you can promise to not pickpocket us, stab us, if you even try to stab us or do anything funny, we will see to it that you are at the bottom of this ocean. But if you help us, I'll make sure that you're paid fully and compensated quite fairly. And with that being said, if his pouch is still in his pocket, he's going to pull out what is maybe like roughly like 1,000 gold and put it in the cage with it and kind of push it towards her.
Holy balls. Go ahead and give me I need a persuasion check and with advantage.
$26 with advantage.
Her jaw like hits the floor. She's like taken aback for a moment. She's just like, dropping the equivalent of 1,000 gold within her cage. She looks down at it and she looks up at you. She bows very, very slowly and comes back up, and she's smiling, looking at you dead in the eye, and she says, I figured you was a rich kid. And she kind of grins, and she walks up to you and pushes the supposed to be locked cage wide open, steps out, and shakes, offers her hand to you to shake.
Blade is going to go ahead and shake her hand, keeping his hand on his pouch and also kind of his eyes on her dagger, just in case she tries to pull anything quick. But he is going to wholeheartedly and shake her hand.
Right before your hand meets hers, she hocks a big loogie in it and smashes it, and gives you a good, firm, solid handshake. And she says, "All right then, no tricks, no fuckery. I take this coin, and I will help lead us to the nearest port, and then I'm free. I don't have to deal with you or any of your crew, or You're the only decent one of this lot. Why do you make such strange bedfellows? These people are scum."
They're an odd lot, but it's these people are my family, and I'd be dead without them, and I owe them my life. It's them me as well. So I can obviously this gold here is yours, and I'm sure there's more to be made. I'm sure everyone would be willing to contribute. And while kind of saying that, he's going to point towards Renwick and just kind of be like, "Captain, can I see you?" And kind of gesture him down to, come down to where they are so they can make sure this is all good.
As kind of, you gesture over to Renwick, she's like, "Oh shit, oh here we go. This is, I guess we'll see, huh?"
Blade's going to whisper in halfling to her, he's not all that bad.
Renwick, you hear a whisper, you swear in halfling, but you didn't quite make out the details.
Fair enough. I mean, I don't think he's going to pay that much attention because he knows Blade's a smooth talker, and I mean, of course, he's going to drop that he knows Halfling to kind of make himself more endearing. Like Renwick knows, like Blade's got a strategy there, but he'll walk down and he'll nod at Blade, but he'll look over at Ariel and just be like, now that we're at the start of a new day, I have to apologize because what has happened to you and what has transpired with us is completely just it's ridiculous. It shouldn't have happened, and I'm sorry that it did. That being said, you tried to steal a great amount of wealth from a friend of ours, and you crossed the wrong people. But that being said, I don't want to see you get hurt, and I don't want to see any of us get hurt. And so I'd like to think that we could come to terms. I assume you and Blade have at least discussed those terms this far.
Terms paid in full, Captain. She smiles ear to ear, yeah. And she kind of gives you like a small curtsy, but it's like she's decked out in leather armor, so it's kind of unflattering. But she gives you a curtsy. The name's Ariel. I guess I'll introduce myself proper. I've been a pirate for hire for some time, and our mutual friend Blade here has talked me into at least helping you see your way to the next port. No funny business. She puts her hands up and, wiggles her fingers and smiles.
Blade's gonna turn to Renwick and be like, "So, Captain, where's our destination? Where are we at?"
Well, I'm glad you were able to come to terms, and Blade, I'm sure we'll discuss whatever it is that you were able to work out in terms of compensation, and obviously freedom upon arrival to the next port, as well as your discretion. And I cannot stress that enough. And he'll look over at Ariel and he'll just be like, "No, look, I understand that you are for hire, and money talks. That being said, I'm well aware that you're rather clever and pretty good with your hands. And at this point, you've been paid. So if you cross us again, you'll have to answer to the one that was going to just kill you and move on." And he'll kind of like nod over toward Locris and be like, "The rest of us are the reason you're still here. He would have just assumed kill you on the beach and be done with it. So don't cross us, or he'll find you. And aside from that, I wish us a much luckier endeavor moving forward." And he'll stick his hand out and he'll be like, "The name's Turner, by the way, Renwick." And give her a handshake and just be like, "Welcome to the Dawn Treader."
Well, that being said, I'm just going to call you Mr. Smith from now on then, Mr. Smith. And speaking of, I think we'll get along just fine. I've been compensated, and no funny business. It means no funny business on both sides. I don't know about Demon Boy over there. He's odd. Bloodthirsty pirates. It's not out of the usual. But that knife-ear bastard you got up in the crow's nest, you watch him around me. I tell you what, I'll be willing to sleep at the bottom of the sea to get my hands on that one.
I think that's entirely fair, and if you'd prefer that he's not in your direct vicinity, I think for the most part that can be arranged.
I don't mind him being around. It's a small boat. We got to deal with it. I'm telling you now, if he crosses me and you find him stabbed in a corner somewhere, he deserved it.
Well, I think I'll have to take your word for it should that occasion arise. But that being said, I mean, you did kind of kick his ass, and he'll like kind of reach out and like give her like knuckles.
She smiles. She's like, "Yeah, I did, didn't I?"
Honestly, everybody around here usually gets knocked down a peg once in a while, and it's just pretty great to see. And he'll just kind of walk off laughing and head back toward his post.
Logus, as this conversation kind of goes down, I assume you've been you've been down on the deck a bit, but go ahead and give me a perception check, as technically, looking out on the boat is you're assigned to duty.
That is a 25 total.
With the 25, you can see, as you guys are you're making good pace, but you can see kind of off in the distance, it looks like, like a pod of dolphins or some other type of animal pod. Several large fish-like entities seem to be traveling, roughly in the same direction as you. But they are just barely visible on the horizon, but they seem to be traveling in the same direction. So just something of note, something different. You definitely notice several, we'll say at least a couple 100-pound looking fish kind of off in the distance, occasionally blowing salt water into the air and things.
Logos will hop down and go to Renwick. There seems to be several large fish out in the ocean, Captain. I'm not quite sure, but have we looked into these giant ballistas back here? Do we have any ammo for them?
I don't know if we've actually checked them for ammo, but I would assume that the ship's probably equipped with at least a bare minimum of supplies. And although we did pack rations, I'd rather not eat beetles, if I'm being honest. It might not be the worst thing. Maybe raise everybody's spirits with a nice fish fry today. I mean, we are we are technically speaking kind of just waiting for the night so we can navigate with the stars anyway. So yeah, I mean, if we've got the ammunition, he'll pull out his fishing tackle. Be like, I mean, it saved a man, so I'm sure it could catch a fish.
Glader was actually I want to have him go and check the ballista on the back of the boat. It was just there was a lot happening, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, yeah, man. Give me, I'll give you the basics anyway, but give me, we'll say, an investigation check as you kind of go about.
God fucking damn it! I don't know shit about shit. That's fucking 8, my brother.
So as you kind of go through these mounted ballista, you do got to kind of pull a pin to get them to swivel a bit, but for the most part, they only fire directly behind the ship. But each ballista is equipped with 3 large, like iron rods that are barbed at one end, and it looks to be you do have like a trio of ammunition for each ballista, about 6 shots total. It is essentially a giant mounted crossbow. So, combat-wise, you're looking at a standard action to reload it. However, barring proficiencies I'm sure most of you do not have, it's a +5 to hit, and it is 3d6 damage.
Yeah, I imagine that Glader just kind of like looks it over and then just turns back towards Logus and Renwick Logus and Renwick as they're talking about it. Hey guys, these things are pretty sharp. I think they might be able to do some damage. The pointy end shoots towards the back of the ship. We could probably shoot something, right?
Gladiator, I know you haven't been on the sea for very long, but those right there, you don't use the sharp end. It's actually a bludgeoning tool. It's very counterintuitive.
Wait, what? Then how are we supposed to shoot?
I'm just fucking with you, buddy. It's definitely a spear.
See, I knew that. I saw it was sharp.
But yes, it does appear that we'd have 6 shots and we could probably catch ourselves some dinner. As we get closer, though, we should all keep an eye just to make sure that this isn't something that we shouldn't be picking a fight with. Last thing we need is to try to catch a fish and end up with a hole in the boat or fuck knows what else.
Well, I have a feeling that I'd probably just miss. I'm not one for shooting and throwing things. I mostly just like to, hack and slash. So somebody else might want to get back here and shoot at whatever the hell you guys are talking about. I'm gonna go find another bucket. I already filled up one earlier while you guys were talking to Ariel. Man, do not have what'd you call them? Ocean legs, Renwick? Yeah, those things I do not have yet.
Yes, your sea legs. I'd imagine it's going to take you quite a while. Growing up in the desert, you're kind of in the opposite element. So you take your time there, big boy. Rest that belly of yours.
Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw, Gladier.
God damn it! Why'd I do this to myself?
Because we are all willing to hamstring ourselves for good story.
Constitution saving throw. That is a 12. I'm rolling absolute fucking garbage tonight. I literally have not rolled higher than a 10.
It's enough. Nobody notices, but you for sure pulled the move where you kind of puked and then swallowed it.
Yeah, he's just gonna kind of go and sit down and check the map a little bit. He's gonna go to the front of the ship and just kind of just sit down on the ground and just stare at the horizon and try and center himself.
Now that Ariel's loose, Locust wants to have eyes on her at all times to make sure she's not doing any fuckery about. And while I'm kind of keeping an eye on her, I want to. Can I make an insight check to see how much like hostility she has towards me? Because I wasn't present for that last conversation.
Okay, yeah. I need both a perception check and an insight check.
Perception is a natural 19 for a total of 29. And an insight is 10 plus 7, 17 total.
Okay, so you're kind of keeping an eye on her. She had like a brief conversation with Blade and Renwick, you notice, and then it looks like she's been approved for work. She started with some grunt duties, clearing off the deck, doing a little, mopping here or there, and you notice, whenever Renwick hollers out an order, she's on top of it, and she's kind of going about her ways. Now, you do notice she takes an extra step or two anytime she has to, help adjust the sails or something within Locris's presence. She goes the extra 2 or 3 steps to avoid him. Aside from that, you notice that she notices you watching her. You catch eye contact briefly, and she points to you, and she flips you off, and then she motions the finger across the throat, as then she quickly goes back to her duties.
Okay, seeing that is very, obvious that she doesn't like me, Logos is gonna move. He's gonna double check his coin purse first, and then he's gonna move it to a more secure location. I'm gonna put it inside my pants.
I believe it's actually canon that everybody put their coin purse next to their testicles in the last session because we're worried about her stealing shit.
Okay, duly noted.
Straight in, man. That's all I did.
Oh, I hope she comes for my purse so I can cancel her.
Or just charm her again. Oh, we can't air that session.
All right, Logus will just maintain his watch up at the crow's nest and just keep tabs. Make sure she isn't gonna, especially when she goes near Gladier, because I know Gladier's fucking useless when it comes to keeping an eye out for himself.
That's fair. That's really fair to say.
Also before, I want to tell Tony to kind of perch up and just kind of keep an eye on her as well, to give me a squawk if he sees any fuckery about.
Okay, yeah. Pretty
I don't think
smart.
she's noticed Tony at this point, right? Because she hasn't. We haven't really made her aware of it, but
I mean, you don't really know what she's aware of. Just kind of depends on how much you interact with Tony, I guess.
true. Man, I wish I could telepathically speak to my hog. But okay, yeah, that's her. That's what I'll do for now.
Sweet. So, is everybody down to, since we got to kill some time while we're waiting on nightfall, catch some dinner?
Hell yeah.
Or at least get close enough to see if it's worth it?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
They seem to be traveling in a pod, Captain. They are quite massive, at least 100 pounds each. Massive for a general fish. I mean, that's a pretty damn big fish, but they are traveling in pods.
Oh, it kind of sounds like a tuna almost. That's good eating right there. And as we're getting closer, if we can get near enough to see these things, would Renwick recognize these since he grew up sailing?
Go ahead as you kind of move the boat a bit closer. Go ahead and give me a perception check. We'll say you kind of try to spot them through the eyeglass as you look out over the sea.
17.
With a 17, you definitely notice the splashing of, you can definitely see some sort of, fish-like pod kind of splashing about, but as far as identifying what creature it is quite difficult. You're not quite sure. You're going to have to move in a bit closer. You're at a pretty good distance, to be fair, at this point.
Well, unless we have any
Nice.
objections, would you all like to drop some sails? See if we can't get a little bit closer, get some eyes on them.
Do I see anything different from up top now that we're a little closer?
From what you could tell, it's just similar to what Renwick described. You're just kind of, it definitely is like a pod of like fish-like creatures from what you can tell at this distance. But you guys are, at least a couple hundred yards away at this point.
And Glitter has finished dry heaving for the moment, and he's just gonna go walk towards and just stand like in the center of the ship and just wait for instruction because he doesn't know exactly where to go. So he's just gonna wait for Renwick to tell him what to do.
Blade is just going to say, "Well, you have my blessing," and just kind of sit down and pull his lute out and just kind of tinker with it.
Sorry, say that one more time, Gladier. Sorry, my dog started barking really loud. I only caught half of that.
That's it. Glitter's finished dry heaving and is gonna just go kind of stand like towards the center of the ship, like towards one of the masts, I guess, and just kind of like wait on instruction to help Renwick get us closer towards these fishies. Just because he doesn't really know where to go or like what to do or where to stand, so he's just gonna go in like the direct center of the ship, so he can just run wherever he is needed.
Okay, yeah, you kind of make your way over to the mast, Renwick, as you call out some orders to like adjust the ship. I'm gonna need another sailing check from you, as well as prior to Renwick's sailing check. Logos is excluded as he is the lookout, but Locris, Gladier, and Blade, all of you go ahead and make either an athletics or an acrobatics check as Renwick issues a few commands. You have to adhere to them.
Definitely doing athletics because I am not acrobatic.
And yeah, he'll just be calling out orders, like drop the sails, tighten the rigging, lower the jib, and oh man, what was I rolling again?
Well, we're waiting to see if you roll with advantage or disadvantage now.
Word.
But I'm going to need Gladier's athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh, I finally rolled well over a 10, which seems to be good because the other two rolls. I rolled a 24 for athletics.
Nice. You manage to just recognize the command and you grab a rope, unhaul it from one end, and with a massive feat of strength you just kind of pull this rope taut and march backwards to another point on the ship in which you tie it off. And as you do so, both Blade and Locris seem to be counterproductively tying and untying knots, pulling the ropes taut, and then it just not having quite the effect they desired. They're struggling, and as they do so, Ariel marches up to both of them. She said, "Quit! Quit! Both of you! Just fucking don't. Just go sit down before you hurt yourself." She takes the ropes from both Blade and Locris, ties them back to where they were originally, and with a great feat of dexterity, very nimbly moves her way up the ropes to another joint, sliding down another set of ropes and pulling the correct rope taut and tying it appropriately. Renwick, you can make this with a straight roll.
All right, fair enough. And this is just a sailing check?
Correct.
18. And he'll call out, noticing that Ariel is kind of taking over and kicking them off, since now we're we're trying to pick up speed. And he'll just call out and be like, "Well, thank fuck we decided to employ you. It's about time I had somebody who knows what the hell they're doing around here."
Yeah, and with that, you all of you on the on the Dawn Shredder, you feel the course adjust ever so slightly due to the different rigging of the sails, and then you hear the groan of the wood and the creak of the ropes as you feel the boat propelled a bit faster and a bit in a different direction. As you guys kind of slightly alter course to glide closer and closer to this pot of fish that is traveling near you, go ahead and everybody give me new perception checks. Renwick, you can make it with advantage due to having a spyglass at your disposal.
27
Natural
for
20
Lucas.
for... I rolled a 20 and a 19, so 26.
27 for Logus.
I'm gonna waste all my good rolls on fucking perception checks. Flub everything else and crash us into a rock.
After
Sweet.
Locris got kicked off the ropes, he just went to a corner and started cleaning out his nails. I rolled a fucking natural 1.
Blade must be retuning his loot. So both Renwick and Logos, you kind of notice at the same time, as you're kind of scoping out these fish-like creatures, a very odd occurrence. It looks as if one of them lifts their head to gaze at you, and it is very much not a fish. It is a tentacled face upon which seems to notice you as you notice them. A quick hand signal from this creature and a screech that even you can hear. and all of the entire pod shifts course immediately and begins barraging forth towards the Dawn Shredder. And that is where we are all going to have to roll initiative.
For a second, I thought you were going to say, and that's where we're going to have to leave off.
I actually totally thought the same thing, and I was like, what the fuck? Why are we stopping so early?
Sean got shit to do today.
God damn it. I had a gut feeling that it was not going to be a fish, but also I was kind of itching for a combat, and I want to see what Ariel's going to do.
I mean, we could probably still eat them, right?
Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, it just looks like a big catfish to me.
That's dinner.
It's dinner.
Oh shit, what's my initiative these days? +8. All right.
That must be nice. A +8.
It is.
Motherfucker.
I have a +9 to initiative.
I think
have a
it's
+0.
part of being a swashbuckler. I get to add my charisma bonus on top of all my other normal modifiers.
Yeah, same for Gloomstalker, it's your wisdom modifier.
Mine is just a straight 10 because I rolled a fucking 10.
24 for Blade.
Damn. Well, it looks like I'm right in the middle. Got 18, 20, 24. 6. Sorry though, Chris.
I can't tie ropes, but when there's a motherfucking mermaid to fight, I'm for it.
Yeah, because you were so ready for the fight because you weren't helping tying the ropes.
Hey, take it easy. I was tuning my lute.
Sean, I have a clarifying question whenever you get a chance.
I'm ready. What's up?
So, just out of curiosity, since we have ballistas mounted, how would you rule my proficiency with them if I have taken the crossbow expert feat? Would that carry over at all?
A mounted artillery type of weaponry is its own feat. So if you wanted to be
All right,
proficient,
yeah,
then
fair
you'd
enough.
have to take that.
No worries. I just wanted to know before we got deep in the shit.
So currently, Blade, you are first. Lo and behold, currently you are, just kind of standing on deck, awaiting this. You're seeing what's going down after your crew has spotted it and kind of called out. But as far as you can tell, you're a bit quicker on the draw than everybody else, and these fish-like entities are, charging the boat. Essentially, they look to be coming at you with enough speed and ferocity that you're pretty sure they're about to scale from the sea to the deck. You, however, are first to act. No actual combat has taken place yet. So, what do you do?
Oh, good lord.
Quick, seduce them.
Hey, it
Reverse
wasn't.
siren song.
So how? I'm sorry, you probably said it, but roughly how far away are they, or can I do a perception check to see?
At this point, they are 25 or 30 feet from the boat.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me a perception check anyway. I'll give you the basics, but if you roll high, I'll give you a little extra.
$18.
There are 7 entities in total in this pod, and they all look to be wearing some sort of hide-like armor, and they are all wielding like a harpoon, essentially in the form of like a spear. It looks like their weapon is connected via a small chain to their belts. It looks like they are, in fact, bound to these weapons somehow.
Gotcha. So I guess Blade would just basically yell out, like, I think they're coming and they're planning to get on deck with us, boys. And I'm going to, if they're within like 30-ish feet, 25 feet, I'm going to go ahead. I don't know how they're clustered up, but I'm going to cast fairy fire on them.
Okay, so essentially they have formed a line that is basically stern to bow. Like they're completely coming up on one side. So depending on the dimensions of fairy fire, I think it's 20 by 20. You could get you pick a side, left or right side, of which you'll be able to hit 3 of the incoming 7, no matter which way you cut the cake.
Okay, let's just go left. And yeah.
All right.
And that's a dex save throw on that.
Okay. Double check here. Yep. All right. So a dex save. That is going to be. Ooh, that one's a fail. We got one fail. What is the DC I'm trying to hit? I got a 2. I got an 11. Oh, that's not good. And a 2, an 11, and a 1. So 3 fails for sure.
Perfect. So, like, as he kind of calls out to his crew, notifying them, he's kind of reaches out his hand and kind of points, and you kind of see like a violet light kind of starting to emit from them. And for the time being, the light emits in a 10-foot radius. Any attack roll against the affected creature has advantage if the attacker can see it.
Okay, great. Is that a concentration spell, or is that
It is.
Okay, great. Yeah, you definitely managed to light a few of these marrow up in this fairy fire.
And then I'm going to, I guess, yeah, I think that'll be it for now.
Okay, so I am going to send a pic real quick, and then we will move on to your deaths. Let's see here. All right, so next in initiative is the a fleet of incoming marrow, as they're called, with a 21 on the initiative. 7 of these creatures land with a loud plop onto the deck. They had launched themselves with a velocity that they had just landed square on the deck. And that is currently their turn. So they don't have any more movement, but they can strike within range. So we're gonna run the gamut on them. The first guy looks like target would be Locris, coming at you. He immediately, upon landing upon this deck, he throws this large harpoon at you, which is lashed with a chain to his belt. Let's double check that. Okay. I assume a 7 misses.
Just barely.
The Marrow, we're moving on down to number 2. The Marrow standing next to you both tries to stab you with said harpoon and comes in at you with a ferocious bite. We'll see. All right, so it looks like the stab will hit. Let's roll out the bite. 15 hit? No.
Nope.
So you manage to duck out of the way of this chomp of this beast, but it does manage to bury its spear into your torso. In doing so, let's see, you take a total of 11 piercing damage. Moving on down to 3. Logos, you are currently up in the crow's nest in this map, so you're actually not on the deck, which would leave Gladier open for this next attack. Gladier, one of these invading Marrow, does throw one of these harpoons at you. And I assume a 24 hits.
Yes, 24 for sure hits.
Okay, as this harpoon buries itself into you, you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. And I need you to give me a strength saving throw.
Oh, motherfucker. So that was a bludgeoning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. 11 damage, bludgeoning, strength saving throw. Why do I have a +3 on saves? Or protection. That is not something that I have. Oh, wait, no. That is something that is always going.
Yeah, that's like a passive ability now.
Is that already... I think that's already added in, though. Because I have a +4 to strength, +3 in saving throws, and it says my strength saving throw is a 7. So I think D&D Beyond already automatically added that in.
Sounds right.
Yeah. I was about to say, do I really have a +10 right now to strength? Fucking shit balls. You're going in dice jail, you piece of shit. That's a 12.
It's enough. The Marrow that has buried this harpoon in you pulls this chain taut, and for a second, you know it catches on your flesh and your clothing, and you feel like you might be getting pulled toward this creature, but it does rip free and eventually finds its way back to its master's hand. Moving on down to the next Marrow on deck. Blade, you're getting a trio of attacks thrown your way. One comes in the form of a flying harpoon, whizzing in your direction. Does a 17 hit?
That does hit.
Will, don't forget, I'm pretty sure you have resistance to piercing, which will come in handy here.
Okay, so as the harpoon hits you, I need you to go ahead and give me a strength saving throw. You take 11 points of piercing damage, and give me a strength saving throw.
Ooh, not good.
It's enough. As the harpoon, lands true, and the Marrow pulls it tight, it pulls you with it, catching upon your flesh and your clothing briefly before tearing free, and then eventually gliding back to the hand of its owner. However, a Marrow who landed on the deck right next to you takes both a stab and a bite attack at you. The stab was a critical hit, so you ended up taking 22 points of piercing damage. And does a 14 hit?
A 14 does not hit.
Okay, so with his chomp, you manage to move out of the way with a bit of dexterity, avoiding the lethal bite of this creature. But it did manage to bury a spear pretty deep inside you. A well placed hit. Moving down to Renwick. Renwick, similar scenario. You get one of these harpoons thrown at you, while another, who landed on deck right next to you, takes a stab and a bite attack.
I'm sorry, Sean. Was all that damage? Was that piercing damage?
Correct.
Okay, so I've got a cape that does basically reduces it by piercing damage by half. Would that 11 would that be rounded to 5 or 6?
So if you took 22 piercing damage, you would have and reduced it by half, it would become 11. And if you
11.
if you reduce 11 by half, we'll round down and say 5.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Sean, you're also making attacks on me with disadvantage because I have the Cloak of Displacement.
Oh, you lucky bastard! Because I just crit on you.
I know, I saw that. That's why I was like, "Oh, thank God!" I was sitting here and I was like, "All right, I'm gonna at least get hit once. How do I get through this?" And I was like, "Oh, wait a second, I might not get hit."
Does a 9
at least
hit?
For a second, it does not. 9.
Okay, so the harpoon manages to fly by you, not even close. However, let me get a couple of a chomp and a stab attack from someone nearby. I'll make sure to roll with disadvantage this time.
That's a miss. Also a miss.
All right, so a couple of attacks, and you were just, it's not only your nimbleness and your size, but also your blurring cloak effect seemed to have saved your arse here. And moving on down, Renwick, it is in fact your turn.
Oh, thank God. All right, so when Blade got hit, did they get him with? He didn't get hit by like the chain, right? He's not tied to anybody currently.
He was hit with that, but it was a stab. It wasn't like a throw. He was just...
Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure he wasn't about to get like pulled off deck. In that case, I guess I'm just gonna lash out at the one that's right in front of me that just attacked me because fuck this thing.
Yeah, you're in melee combat with one. So go ahead and give me crossbow, rapier. What's the plan?
Oh no, we're going rapier hand crossbow, the old classic. I'd like to imagine like he's on his father's ship. He's got his father's rapier, and he's just back in his own element. So he's just like bobbing and weaving through all these attacks of these things that just jumped on his ship, and just kind of like secures his hat down onto his head a little bit, and then immediately lunges out and just takes a stab at this thing, almost like with a flourish. And 19 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Perfect. And since I don't have an ally within 5 feet of me, that is sneak attack. And to hit 1d8 plus 6, that's 8, plus an additional 9, 17 damage on the rapier. And we'll fire that hand crossbow at the same target. Rolled a 2 for a 10, though. I'm assuming a 10 misses.
Yeah, it strays wide for sure.
And I'm the only one on the main, or like the upper deck, right?
Correct.
For the helm.
You currently are at the helm with 2 of these marrows descending upon you, and you are, for the most part, alone on this side of the ship, anyway.
Okay. I would like to use my movement. I do not incur attacks of opportunity against the creature that I've attacked this round. The other one will get an attack of opportunity, but I'm going to try to move down to the main deck of the ship to be closer to the party. Because I don't want to be alone in case I get chained. So, who is that at the bottom of the stairs closest to me?
Blade. So if you were to run down the opposite side, you could get on the opposite side of the mast from Blade.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That sounds like a good thing to do. And so yeah, he'll lash out and sink that rapier into this creature, and then as he pulls it back, he'll throw his left hand forward, fire a shot that just kind of glances off into the fucking water. And after seeing Blade take a hit like that, he's like, "Don't worry, I'm coming," and goes running off. And I imagine like slides down the railing to get around to Blade and back him up.
All right, and moving on down from Renwick is Logos. Logos, you are currently about you're the blue dot, but you are about 20 feet above this whole situation. You are currently in the crow's nest, looking down upon all these large-sized, fish creatures scaling the boat.
First, would you allow me, as a free action, to kind of see where Ariel's at right now?
You can give me a perception check, yeah.
That's a 24 total.
Ariel is up in the rafters. She is about your height, but she is currently stalking along the walk on the opposite mast. So she's roughly 30, 40 feet on the other side of you, but she is your height. She is up in the rafters like you are.
And what does Fairy Fire do? If I'm not mistaken, is that the one that gives you advantage on attacks?
Yep.
Correct. Numbers 1 through 3 are all covered in Fairy Fire at the moment. I think your mic's cutting out. Your mic's cutting out, but I didn't hear what you said. Say that again.
I said, I guess I'm gonna take my shots at number 1 since he's up there all by himself.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark him.
Good plan.
First attack coming up. Natural 19. I assume that hits.
Oh yeah, it hits.
That's a 7 on the damage die for 13. Plus 1 for Hunter's Mark. So that's 14 points of damage on the first attack. Second, that is a 16 total.
That hits.
Oof, thank God. That's 8 points of damage. Plus another 1 on the hunter's mark. I'm gonna switch up. 6. That's ridiculous. So that's 9. 14 plus 9.
Okay, 23 points of damage total. A couple of arrows.
Last
there.
attack, I get 3 attacks
nice.
on my
I forgot
first round.
that's your first round. Okay.
That's 14 plus 11, 25.
Hits.
7, another 13. Oh, finally, with a D6 with 6 points from the hunter's mark. So that's 19 points of damage on the last arrow. So that was 14, 9, and 19.
Well done. Yeah, with your trio of arrows burying into this Marrow's chest, it looks rough. It's already kind of has yet to do much and has already kind of gurgled a black liquid from its maw onto the deck.
Just for like movement, I'm obviously gonna stay put, but I would like to like crouch down a little bit. Maybe not necessarily go prone, but like kind of use the rafters and stuff to my advantage if they try to throw that harpoon thing a little at me.
Yeah, from your position, you definitely have like partial cover going on, so no worries.
Okay, cool. All right, next my turn.
Moving on down, Gladier, you are up. You are standing next to the mast. 20 feet above you is Logos in the crow's nest. But you are within melee range of one of these creatures. What do you do? You're up, Gladier. I think your mic are muted. Sorry.
I was definitely muted. Sorry. But yeah, he's just gonna Gladiator's just gonna kind of let out like a low growl and look at the Marrow closest to him. Just be like, "You should have stayed in the water, friend." And then look over at Blade, who looks like he's getting kind of swarmed a little bit. Smash the hilt of his sword against his shield, and then kind of point over towards him, and like kind of like a golden divine energy shoots out and kind of coats Blade in this in an aura. And I'm casting Sanctuary at first level as a bonus action. So Sanctuary is you ward a creature within range against attack. The range. Well, actually, first off, is he within 30 feet of me?
Blade or the creature?
Blade. Yeah, he's within
Yeah,
30
Blade
feet,
is
right?
within 30 feet of you for sure.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you ward a creature within range against attack. Until the spell ends, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. The spell doesn't protect the warded creature from area effects such as fireball. So if anyone attacks Blade, this is a concentration spell. Wait, is it? Actually, I don't think it is. Oh, it's not a concentration spell. This just happens. Yeah. Yeah, so for the next minute, anyone who attacks Blade has to make a wisdom saving throw of 14, and if they fail, they have to either change their target or they just lose the attack.
Okay.
And that lasts for a minute.
All right, good to know.
And then I'm gonna step forward, and kind of get like right next to Locris, and then just take 2 swings at, I believe, number 3. Yeah, number 3, Marrow, who looks to be up on the cages.
Correct. So go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Alrighty. Come here, motherfucker. Both with my Kopesh. That is a holy shit. 27 to hit for the first attack.
That hits for sure.
Second attack is, I shit you not, I rolled 2 19s, so both were 27 to hit.
Nice. Both hit for sure.
So that is going to be 1d8 plus 5 each. That is a total of 20 damage with both attacks combined.
Very nice. As you definitely land a couple of clean blows into the torso of this creature with your Kopesh.
And that is my turn. I'm just going to stay put there.
All right, moving on down from Gladier is actually Ariel. You notice Blade as you're kind of toe to toe with this Murrow, biting and stabbing at you and whatnot. This red-haired halfling kind of just casually sweeps by, swinging on a rope out over the sea a bit. But she does come in close enough contact with this Marrow, currently in melee combat with you, to land a couple of blows herself. Let me go ahead and roll these ones out. So, she manages to draw her dagger and land a couple of stabs in this Marrow on her way by. Damn, she actually did pretty good damage. So as she kind of Tarzans by this Marrow, swinging between the rafters, she comes down for a strike and manages to land back on the opposite rafters. Logos, she is now within 10 feet or so of you, holding her blade, and it is soaked to the hilt in fresh black blood. She has landed a couple of pretty good blows on one of these Marrow on her way by. Moving on down from there, we are looking at Locris cleaning his nails in the corner.
Not after getting stabbed. I'll take my Morning Star. I will cast Hex on the one who got up in my face and decided to try and skewer me.
Okay.
And I'll take a couple swings with my Morning Star.
All right.
Let's see how everybody's going to do. 26
That one hits.
on the first hit. And dirty 20 on the second.
Oh, both hit for sure.
Okay, so for the first one, we'll do 1d8. Uh, 13 points of damage on the first hit. And 18 points of damage on the second. So that's 31 total points.
All right, yeah, you definitely, with Mason Toe, land a couple of solid thuds right in the center, right dead center, right in the torso of this creature. The armor doesn't quite absorb as much of the blow as it had hoped, and you get a smattering of this dark, kind of salty smelling liquid, kind of spews out of them.
And then he'll just have a smile on his face because he got bored. And then my turn.
All right, moving all the way back up to the top. Let me snap another pick, but Blade, you are up. So you are currently kind of going toe to toe with one of these Marrow that has boarded the ship, but Ariel did kind of swing by, making an attack upon it, kind of briefly distracting it, as it kind of watches her sail away on this rope. It's now your turn. What do you do?
All right. Blade is going to look kind of after taking that hit. And you said it was the one that was right in front of me that did that?
Correct. Number 5 on the map.
Number 5. He's gonna just look at this, creature dead in the eyes and just say, I suggest you turn around and go back in the water. Look at that harpoon up there. It might do a little more damage to you. And suggest that it gets off the boat.
All right, casting the suggestion spell, I assume. What do you need from me?
I need a wisdom saving throw from you of 16.
That is a raw roll of 6. So, the creature, although it is not currently his turn, kind of looks to you and seems to understand your words and slightly lowers its spear.
Blade will just be like, move along now. But I think other than that, I'm going to, I guess if I step away, I'm still going to incur attack of opportunity, I'm assuming.
Read me the language of the spell suggestion, would you?
Yep. Where are you? Suggestion. Oh, you know what? I don't think I can do it because it's a concentration spell.
Oh, you know what? So I'd say you already said you did it, so you've burned your other concentration spell.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Okay, so anyways, the language of this spell is you suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two that magically influence a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect. Suggestion must be worded in such a manner as to make the course of action sound reasonable. Asking the creature to stab itself or hurt itself is gonna just end the spell. And it must make a wisdom saving throw. Blah, 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 and it just must basically pursue the action to the best of its ability.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you one good shot at this. What language do you suggest this in?
Oh boy.
Do you have another concentration spell up? Because it would cancel that out, too.
Yeah, I forgot that I had completely forgot about Fairy Fire being concentration.
If you had caught it before you made me roll, I would have let you retcon it, but I had already thrown the dice.
No, it's good. Lesson learned. Oh god, language. I don't know. Oh, I have no idea what that would.
Blade, you telling me you don't speak fish?
These are dignified mermen, and I respect them. These. Oh god, I have no clue. Genuinely, I would just.
What are
kinda-
your language
Yeah,
proficiencies?
what languages do you speak?
I have Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Halfling.
So it doesn't matter. It does not understand any of those languages. Your spell does not take effect. It does not understand your words.
Couldn't be like a descendant of a elf of some sort, maybe. No, okay. Okay. I guess with that not working, I am going to. I guess maybe back away from it. I'm assuming I'll get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, you're kind of behind you is the mast, but Renwick is on the other side of that. So, if you do step away, you will get an attack of opportunity. However, You're currently standing right above. There's a small staircase leading down that leads into like the captain's quarters, and then behind you is the mast, and then Renwick on the other side. So you have a few options as far as movement.
Okay. I guess if I can, I'm gonna move maybe towards the kind of the maybe more towards the center of the ship. Maybe just kind of where I think if I can, where number 4 is, just basically to the opposite side of him, on the other side of the ship.
Okay, does a dirty 20 hit?
He has to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, you're right. Nice call on that.
DC's 14.
Way to remind me. Okay, it's a flat roll for him, so it's just a
Yeah, I've learned to watch out for our bard.
14.
Fuck. Yeah, DC's 14, so he meets a beat, I'm guessing.
Blade, as you step away, you do take 11 points of piercing damage as he stabs you with the harpoon he has brought with him. But where do you want to step to? Straight across from 4, you said? Okay, so
Yep.
5, 10, 15. It's only 20 feet of movement. It's all too easy for you. All right. Anything else? I think you still have like a bonus action or something.
I am going to actually, I'm going to just hold off for now. No inspiration.
Okay. Moving on down to the marrow themselves. The one has taken a couple of arrows. He's going to move forward. And not being able to get the best shot on Logos, he does have a good shot on Low Chris. So he's going to take it. Let's see here. Okay. 7, I assume, misses. However, the number 2 standing near you is going to take both a stab and a chomp attack. So as a javelin, flies overhead, chained to this other one, he pulls it back. Does a 15 hit?
Does not.
So the fellow trying to stab you in melee, comes upon, finds no purchase. You manage to dodge his blow, and we will see. What's this last one? A bite attack. Does an 18 hit?
Just hits.
With a bite, this thing sinks its massive fangs into your shoulder pauldron and finds some purchase. You take a total of 8 piercing damage. What's up, Gladier?
Can I use protection?
Oh yeah, that's your protection panel. How's that work again?
He's within 5 feet of me, so I just, as a reaction, I can impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay, so let's do that one more time. 10 would miss, so fair enough. Gladier somehow musters a bit of primal energy and manages to knock this beast off kilter just enough as it comes to attack you. He bashes it with his shield, causing it to have a misstep. Saving you from being skewered by inches.
Perfect.
Moving down from there. Gladier, you are currently in combat with 1. You also get a bite and a stab attack. Let me roll them both out. Does a 17 or a 17 hit you?
Both just hit.
Okay, so from the bite that sinks its way into your shoulder pauldron, you take 8 piercing damage. And from the harpoon, you take an additional 11 piercing damage.
Oofda. Okay.
Moving on down from there, Blade, the number 4, kind of across the way, does kind of slither forth. It doesn't have legs proper. The bottom half of this creature is very snake-like, but it does not come all the way close. Doesn't come all the way towards you, but it does take like a step and hurl its harpoon at you. So we're gonna type that out real quick. I assume a 7 misses, so he clangs it off the side of the boat before yanking the chain and bringing it back to himself. Renwick, you kind of have some cover from the one approaching your position, so he too is going to make an attack on Blade rather than go through the mast to get to you. I assume a 23 hits, Blade.
Let's go ahead and give him some cutting words.
Nice. Okay, go ahead and roll that out.
All right, he's just going to yell, "Oh, sod off." And it's a 1d8. A 6 off of that, which, god damn it, brings it to 17. So, still hits.
All right. So you take 11 points of piercing damage there, Blade, and I need you to give me a strength saving throw.
Don't forget to be half in that piercing damage, Blade.
Yep. I'm sorry, what saving throw was that?
I need you to give me a strength saving throw.
Oh, God. All right, strength saving throw coming in. What? That's just a flat roll.
He's not within 10 feet of me, is he? I don't think he is, but just checking. I think
He is actually.
he is within 10 feet?
Yes, but I think he passed without your bonus.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
As the chain goes taut and the creature tries to pull you closer to it, and once again the barb just doesn't quite stick in the harpoon, and it pulls itself free and back to the hand of your attacker.
God dang.
Okay, so that being said, we're gonna go. This guy's gonna go a couple feet here. And this guy's Renwick, you are going to get a couple of harpoons thrown at you, as well as the two marrow that you had left behind up on the upper deck kind of follow your movements and are throwing down upon you. They don't look to be quite so swift upon the deck, so they only move a bit, but close enough to get within range of you. And I'm making these attacks with disadvantage, so.
Yes, sir. That'll miss. Another dodge.
These two harpoons kind of clank into the wood near you and then are ripped back to their owner in one fluid motion, missing you for now, sending splinters of wood flying through the air just at your feet. And with that, it is no longer the Marrow's turn. Renwick, you are up. I will send a new pick real quick, and we'll get it on the rope. By real quick, I meant like I'll mail it to you, so we'll figure it out. Okay, there we go. All right, see.
All right. Beautiful. So Blade's backed up, taking more damage. I'm going to step forward. It looks like on 4 and 5. Ooh, actually, Sean, how exactly would I go about dropping the cage those two are standing on and just dropping them into the ship?
So it is a grate that kind of it leads to the hull of the ship. However, it is pulled upward to remove it.
All right, yeah, that's kind of what I figured, but it was worth a shot. I'll just step forward so that I guess just northeast, and I'll take a swing at 4 with the rapier.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
That's going to be a 24.
Oh, that'll hit.
But let's see. 1d8. Yeah, 1d8 plus 6. That is 13 plus sneak attack because I'm fighting solo, which is I rolled a 5, a 5, and a 6. So 13 plus 16, 29.
Damn, you come upon him and you bury that rapier deep within this thing's rib cage, and it's a large creature. It's significantly bigger than you, and you waste no time landing a vital strike.
And then I'll fire with the hand crossbow. And that's going to be a dirty 20.
Also hits.
And that's going to be a d6. I rolled a 1. So, glancing blow. But I'll take it. And then I will use the remainder of my movement. I can step away from a creature that I've attacked this round. So I'm just going to try to put myself in front of Blade. I guess ideally I'm trying to kind of block him from the ones that are going to be coming down the from the upper deck as well. So I guess like diagonally in front of him.
Okay.
Based on your
okay,
photo,
yeah.
I guess it would be like
Yeah,
one
no,
step north
I get it,
is where I would end up.
But where you stepped to attack 4, you also came into 5's range, so you did not attack 5, so he is going to get an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
On you. Okay.
You are correct.
All right, just making sure.
I'm just rolling the dice on that one. I realized that I should have specifically just stepped in on one enemy. But
He does not find any purchase with his harpoon spear-like weapon, and you make it your way swiftly. Kind of diagonal from Blade, positioning yourself as roughly between as many opponents and Blade as you can.
And yeah, he'll just look over his shoulder, be like, "Don't worry, buddy, I got you." And he'll wink at him and turn back around and get ready for the onslaught.
Moving on down in initiative, we are looking at Logos. You are up. Let me send you a new pick real quick. And so you are still up in the rafters. You're still in the crow's nest, and only about 10 feet or so from you is Ariel. A rope firm tied around her waist, and she looks to be swinging in and out of combat.
That one that I attacked is still standing, right?
Correct. He's panting and breathing heavily, but still standing.
Fairy fire is not. It dropped, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna take my first attack. That's a 16.
16 hits.
That's 9 plus 4 for 13 points of damage. First attack.
So as you bury an arrow into this beast, tell me how you kill this half hybrid fish creature as the final arrow drives true.
I want to hit it in a part where like I don't damage any of the meat. So if we could potentially eat these things, it's still pretty hardy. And so I'll just flunk an arrow into its head. and turn my attention to who is. Is there anybody who looks like they're in a lot of trouble, surrounded or anything?
Go ahead and give me like
Is it?
a quick perception check as you kind of survey the scene.
It's 16 total.
Blade has been hit several times by multiple enemies, for sure.
Oh, which one's Blade? The pink one?
Correct. Renwick the Green is standing next to Blade.
Okay, then I will bonus action move my Hunter's Mark to number 5 and take my second attack at him.
Okay, great. Give me a attack roll.
Oh man, that is a 15.
15 hits.
Wow, these dudes, I rolled a 4 plus 11. Got 15
They are literally just wearing like a it's not even armor. It's more like a hide from other sea creatures.
Oh, full damage. That's 14 plus 2, so 16 points of damage on that first arrow, or on that, yeah, first arrow to that monster.
Okay, nicely done. Once again, another arrow lands true, buries it deep.
That's bonus action. I'm gonna stay put up top.
Okay, moving on down, we are looking at Gladier. You're up.
Alrighty. So Logos just killed number 1.
Correct. Number 1 falls to the ground. Just no more.
Okay. I'm gonna move stage right, so I'm like kind of in melee range of both number 2 and number 3. And then I'm gonna turn towards Marrow number 3 and make another. Actually, wait, no. First, so I'm gonna take that movement. Bonus action. I want to cast Thunder Smite. First level, and then take my first attack at Marrow number 3.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
Alrighty. That is a natural 20.
Very nice. Tacked a smite onto it as well, so you can double the smite damage also. So roll out some damage for me.
Great. So that is a 1d8 for the straight sword damage. It's a 3 on the die for 6. 2d6 for Thunder Smite. So that is 6 times 2 is 12. So that's 18 plus 5 for my sword modifier. So that's 18, 22 damage. Not bad. Well, I mean, one attack, 22.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
22 damage. Nice. And do you have a secondary attack?
Is he still alive and kicking?
Yeah, after your thunderous smite, you blast him with the compassion. A radiant energy just kind of erupts from your blade, and it knocks him back, and a smattering of black gunk that appears to be the innards of these creatures just kind of splats across the deck. But it is still standing, still gripping its harpoon, but barely.
Okay. Also, I forgot. Or almost forgot. Since I hit him, he has to make a strength saving throw, DC 14, or he gets pushed 10 feet away from me and knocked prone. Because I hit him with the Thunder Smite. So he might go flying directly back into Renwick. Oh, nope, he made it. Okay.
He passes a save. Dirty 20.
Okay. In that case, I'll just hit him again, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
Same
You're
guy.
going to throw another smite on there too, or what?
This is not my divine smite. This is a spell I have called Thunderous Smite. So it's a concentration
nice.
spell.
Nice.
So every time I hit with a melee attack, weapon rings with an audible sound within 300 feet of you. The attack deals an extra 2d6 thunder damage to the target. Additionally, if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from you and knocked back. That is a... Oh yeah, that hits. That's a 15 on the die plus 8. It's a 23.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Alright, so 1d8 plus 5 and 2d6 for Thunder Smite. 10, 6, 16, yeah, 16 damage. Sorry. Math is hard sometimes.
Tell me how you thunderous smite this guy's last breath.
Oh. So seeing as my first hit didn't knock him backwards, I get a little frustrated. And I just kind of pull back and then just do like a lunging, like almost like fencing lunge forward and stab him right in the gut. And then the Thunder Smite activates and just kind of bursts him into like multiple pieces, and he just explodes from the thunderous damage.
Black stinking gunk just fucking flies everywhere, all over most of the boat and the party as well.
Sorry, guys.
Renwick takes note.
And then I'm just gonna... I think I'm probably gonna get an attack of opportunity, but I'm still gonna risk it. I'm gonna move towards the bottom of the ship, like stage right, like moving along the right side of the ship. Was that port? I don't know ship terms.
Okay, I'm following. Where do you want to go?
Oh, yeah. I just want to kind of like move down to kind of give Renwick and Blade some support. So just move down to like the bottom right corner of the cages.
So the bottom right corner of the cages is currently taken up by a marrow. The bottom left corner of the cages is kind of like open, where Renwick and Blade are, because they're not really cages. It's an iron grate on the floor.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'll move 10 feet north of the stairs that lead up to the poop deck. Does that make sense?
So the poop deck, or the crow's nest, is where Logos is, at the very top of the 20-foot mast.
What's the deck with the steering wheel?
That is the helm.
The helm. I'll move 10 feet north of the stairs to the helm. I really should learn ship terms.
Okay, yeah. So you will be essentially, you can be in between enemies 4 and 5, or you can be with adjacent to both Blade and Renwick. Your call, depending if you go left or right.
I'll be between 4 and 5.
Okay, you can for sure get there, but it is going to come with a couple of attacks of opportunity against you.
I can take it, I think.
Famous last word.
Reminds me of Iron Man, Drax from the Avengers, when Iron Man's on top of him.
I can take it.
No, he can't. No, he can't.
a couple of attacks come your way as you swiftly move about the boat, but none of them find purchase, Gladier. And anything else? Is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay, so moving on down to Ariel. Once again, she takes a swinging dive and just kind of Tarzans across the way. And let's see here. Bummer. She does not make her acrobatics check. She tumbles towards the deck, and Ariel lands prone near the bow of the deck. And let's see, that'll be her movement. And yep, she's kind of fucked. So she just kind of, in between swinging, she miscalculated and takes quite the tumble from the rafters. Next up will be Locris.
All right. Do I still have one on me?
Give me a second, guys. My dog's being pretty loud. My girlfriend just showed up.
Is that okay?
Give me just a bit, fellas.
Not a problem.
Sorry, it was girls' night. Them, boy, they're a bunch of hippopotamuses, man. Fucking, it's loud. They fucking sound like a circus coming through here. All right, Locris.
It's girls' night and there's a bunch of hippopotamuses.
Dude, I wasn't lying, bro. Thank God there's a 0 chance that she will ever listen to any of this shit. But man, some of her friends are sketch, bro. Loud and huge, loud and huge, bro. Crazy. Sorry. That was inappropriate of me. Luckily, they really don't care for me anyway, so I don't care. Anyway,
Oh man,
Locris, you are up.
My girlfriend's friends of auto says I'd be dead.
All right. Let me take a couple swings at this bastard still sitting on me.
All right, go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Uh, 26 for the first hit.
Oh, that hits.
And 25 on the second.
Also hits.
Uh, 14 points damage on the first one. And I'm going to re-roll that damage die using my Savage Attacker feat.
Nice.
I forget about that like 90% of the time.
It was an expensive item. I'm surprised you forget it.
So 7 plus 6, 13, plus 2, 15 for the second, making 29 total damage.
Go ahead and tell me how you take down this marrow.
Well, still with a smile on my face, especially after the few misses. I'll just say an abyssal. I bet you taste good with tartar sauce. And then just smash them.
You get like a signature of like recognition, as if like he understood your words before you crush his skull before verifying the theory. But
Marrows speak abyssal.
Of course, fucking merfolk would speak demon. And then as a bonus action, I'll move my hex over to the next nearest one to me. And just walk towards it whistling. And then my turn when I get up on it.
Okay, so it's only about 10 feet, so it's easily achievable as you kind of whistle while you work on your way by. That being said, hello, Chris. We're gonna go to the top of the round, back to Blade. I'll snap another pick real quick, and then we will get into her. Okay, so Blade, Renwick is by your side. You notice a couple of these marrow have been dropped, and here's a fresh pick of the battle map. Oops, that's the wrong pick. One more time. Okay, this one. There we go. That's better. And so yeah, that's the field as you see it now. You're standing next to Renwick. It looks like Little Chris and Gladier are engaging. And there's 4 left on deck.
Beautiful. So the ones that are up above or to the west end, what side of the ship is that called? The poop deck? Is that what we're calling?
The helm. There's the helm.
God damn it, the helm. So the 2 of them, are they within, I'm assuming, 10 feet of each other?
They are right next to each other.
Perfect. So Blade is going to, kind of seeing that they're up there and they really haven't really I don't know, engaged us too much. I'm sure they have, but seeing that they're not really down in the fight with us, Blade's going to kind of turn his attention up towards them, pull out his hand drum and just clap it once and let loose shatter up above.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And I need I'm going to cast that at 3rd level, and I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
For both of them?
Yeah, but they're both within 10 feet of each other. It's a 10-foot sphere.
We're looking at a 10 and 11.
Okay, so that would fail. And I will roll out the damage. 1 second here. So they each take 17 points of damage.
Very nice. As you kind of hit your percussion instrument and a sound wave ripples across the deck and collides into them. They look to have been struck by something physical, even though it was the magical wave of sound you had manipulated. Well done, well done.
And then I think I'm going to, I guess, maybe make my way towards Ariel, if she's just to maybe aid her if I can. I know I can't do it on this turn, but just start heading her direction.
Okay, yeah. With what's your total movement? You got 25 or 30, something like that.
I believe it's 30. Yep, 30.
Okay, yeah. You make your way to the front of the boat and find a prone Ariel kind of next to the apparatus that you use to both drop and pull up anchor.
And I guess as a bonus action, I'm going to give a little bit of inspiration to our dear captain.
Very nice. How does this manifest?
So he's gonna, kind of with a hand drum, got it out, just kind of almost do kind of like as best as he can a war drum kind of tone, just boom, 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 boom. Kind of like Jumanji almost. That's kind of what I'm thinking of in my head. But just kind of getting louder, louder, and louder.
Nice, very nice. We can get a D8 of inspiration.
Hell yeah. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
I will use that to slay anything that comes near you.
All right, so we're gonna roll down. We get a couple of attacks coming at Locrus as you had moved into this thing's attack space, casually whistling. It seems undeterred and both strikes at you with its harpoon as well as its chomp of its maw. Does a 17 hit you?
It does not.
So a 16 probably does not either. A chomp and a strike from this thing's spear, barbed spear, and neither of which seem to find purchase. Gladier, you find yourself in a similar situation. A chomp from this thing's vicious maw and a stabbing from the spear. And I don't think either of those are going to find purchase. A 9 and a 14 come striking down at you.
Both miss, yeah.
So the following marrows up top kind of shuffle about a bit, and both of them are going to hurl their harpoons at Renwick with disadvantage.
That's a miss. And another miss.
Yep, I hit DOS instead of DIS, but it doesn't matter when it's a 1. Alright, so yeah, a couple of more spears hurled at you and then whipped back to their owner's hands by their chains. And that is about all of the marrows can muster for the time being. Moving on down, it will be Renwick. You're up.
All right. Feeling bolstered by the war drums. He is, I guess. Oh, where'd the map go? There it is. 4 and 5 are still in the same spot, and did Gladier move toward the helm?
Here you go. Here's a more updated map. So, Blade has traveled to the other side where Ariel has fallen to. We've got Logos still high up in the crow's nest. You have Locris going toe to toe, and Gladier doing the same. While a couple of Marrow stand at the helm, hurling their javelins at you.
All right, I'm gonna sidestep next to the mast and take a swing at 5. And that's gonna be a 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
And that's a 1d8 plus 6 is 13 plus sneak attack is a 5, 5, and a 6 again. So, 13, 16, 29 damage again.
Oh, tell me how you take this guy down.
If it's facing Gladier, he'll just step up from behind and pierce it straight through the back. I imagine the rapier kind of pokes out through the front of the chest. Probably sprays him a little bit. And he'll pull it out, and as the creature drops, he'll just give him the old wink, and then he'll turn and launch his hand crossbow at 4 And it's a 13.
13 is the magic number. You hit.
Oh, no shit. All right, sweet. That's a 5.
5 damage. All right. Not
All right.
bad.
Sweet. And he'll drop back to the other side of the caged floor, like the north side being parallel to. It might be Locris, the pink-ish red. Purple.
Yep. Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good.
And yeah.
All right. Moving on down from Renwick. Logos, you are up.
Hold on. I accidentally backed out of my character screen. Oh, yes. Was the one that I had originally fired? I think I fired on number 5. He's gone, right? Or is he's still alive?
There are 3 left. Number 5 is not one of them. He just got murked by Renwick.
So 6, 7, and what is it? 3?
4, 6, and 7 are
Oh,
still
4.
alive.
I was looking at it the wrong way. Are those other 2? Are they running away or? Or are
No,
they
they're
off in the corner
currently
like
throwing javelins at Renwick.
that? Okay. Has either of them been damaged?
They look like they've been in a fair scrap, both of them, yeah.
I make like a perception check to see which one's like more hurt.
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
Oof. Got 18 plus 4, 22.
So Blade's sound wave spell did a bit of damage to both of them, but one of them is covered in a lot of like wooden splinters and things. Like looks like of the surrounding damage that particular one took a little more worse for the wear. So
Which one was that one? 6 or 7?
7.
All right, I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's mark that one and take my attack.
All right,
First attack is a 15.
hits.
Second attack, just roll the attacks out the way, is a natural 1. Oh man, I think that was literally the only way I could make.
Probably because it's a 13 armor class. So unfortunately, yeah, you send one flying high.
Oh, it's 2 plus 6, 8 plus 4, so 12 points of damage on the one arrow that hits.
Yeah, you drive another arrow into this thing's torso, and it like the ones before it begins coughing up this black gunk all over itself and the deck, but remains in fighting shape.
That was bonus action and everything. That's my turn.
All right, so moving on down, we're looking at Gladier. You're up.
Alrighty. Alright, so on the helm, how many people are up there? Are those that's 6 and 7, right? I
Yeah,
just wanna make sure.
those were notes for me. So there's one currently engaging Locris, about a 5-foot step from you, and
Mhm.
there are 2 who are hurling their harpoon-like javelins at down onto the deck.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Glader's just gonna run up onto the helm, between the steering wheel and the front of the helm. So like just right up on number 7
Okay.
and just take his first swipe at him.
All right, for sure. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
It's an 18 on the die for 26.
It hits.
And I still got Thunder Smite going. So that's an extra 2d6. 19 damage on the first hit.
Tell me how you finish this guy off.
So I just sprint up forward and then just take a hefty swing coming down from his collarbone down to his opposite hip, and he just kind of bursts and flies off in a random direction from the thunder smite, and then I'm gonna keep my momentum going and take my second attack at the guy behind him.
Okay, yeah. 5-foot step and another attack. Go ahead.
Oh, that's not as good. It's a 7 on the die plus 8 is 14.
That
15?
hits.
15? Oh, okay. Still hits. Sweet. Thank God. Thunder Smite, that is 10 plus 8, 18 on the second strike.
All right. Let me write that down. 18 damage total.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and tell me how you take down. Nope. I got my notes mixed up. 18. We're looking at. Nope, not quite. But you definitely land quite the blow upon this. If it had legs, it would be on its last one. It is kind of limping around on its, slithering on its, fish-like lower torso or lower body.
I still got a bonus action. Has anyone? Would I have seen if anyone near me has gotten hit repeatedly?
You can give me a quick medicine check if you want to kind of size up your comrades.
Well, that's not great. Nope, that's 10.
You can tell that there's a bit of blood splatter on the deck. That these things bleed this black gunk, so it's not theirs. So some of your teammates have taken a walloping. It looks like.
All right. I can't remember, so I feel like Glader wouldn't remember either who got hit the hardest. So I'm just gonna hold off. I don't think we're really in dire straits right now, so we can hold off on healing until I know for sure. So yeah, he just kind of hold there, bring up his shield in a defensive stance against one of the last two Maras in front of him.
All right. Moving on down is Ariel. Blade, she kind of sees you approach and extends a hand and gestures for you to help her to her feet. And she kind of shakes off the dizziness from being, taking misfooting and falling from the upper decks. And she kind of looks out towards the situation and positions herself to be helpful if needed, but she looks to be more assessing the situation. She moves to the corner to kind of watch, but doesn't essentially take any more actions. Locris, you are up.
In that case, let's take a couple of swings on this last bastard.
All right, go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Dirty 20
Oh, that hits.
and 28.
Oh, for sure
Damn.
hits.
Should put Hexblade's curse on him.
Where was this when you guys were trying to kidnap people?
I wasn't kidnapping anyone. That was the issue. Ugh. Let's re-roll that damage die. Perfect. 8 plus 6, 14, plus 3, 17 damage on the first hit.
That'll do it. Tell me how you take this guy down.
Oh, still just whistling, and after his misses, just smiling at him and just smash him across the face.
And with that, in a gross black goopy mess, he collapses to the deck. Anything else?
Well, that's all of them, isn't it?
One remains. Currently barely breathing, but in toe-to-toe combat with Gladier.
Um. I'll move my hex over to him. Let me see something real quick. I think that's an action. Yeah, it's an action. All right, nope. I'll start making my way that way and still whistling.
All right, yeah. As you kind of begin walking your way towards this last remaining marrow.
Well, would I get up to him in 30 feet, or is he just out of that range?
You're just a smidge out of range.
All right, then yeah, I couldn't use my extra attack on him, so that'll end my turn.
Okay, moving on down to the top of the round. Blade, you're up.
Okay.
Currently on opposite sides of the ship of this remaining marrow.
Perfect. So there's just one.
Correct. 6 is still on his feet, though it doesn't look like he's contesting with Gladier too well.
Kind of seeing how everyone else is beating up these guys pretty good. Blade's just gonna take out his crossbow and take one good shot from the other side of the ship at him and see what he can do.
All right, great. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
For 16.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll out some damage.
All right. Nine points of piercing damage.
Very nice. You bury a bolt straight in this thing's shoulder, and it causes it, to the whole arm to visibly go limp. It is struggling to move the appendage at all. Still on its feet though.
Son of a bitch. I am going to then go ahead and I guess I'm going to just use my bonus action to cast I think it's healing word on myself. Yeah, healing word. To heal myself up a little bit.
All right, yeah, go ahead and roll that out.
All right, so we're looking at awesome, 6 points of health, and I'm just gonna stay right where I am.
Okay, moving on down to the remaining marrow. Gladier, go ahead and take an opportunity attack as this thing calls out in Abyssal. Locris, you recognize. I think maybe even Logos speaks Abyssal. You recognize it as it proclaiming that all has been lost, and it dives overboard, or attempts to anyway. Depends on Gladier's opportunity attack.
14.
Hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Still got Thunderous Smite. This motherfucker's gonna die.
Kick his ass, he mass.
That is 19 damage.
Gladier, go ahead and tell me how you finish this guy off as he attempts to dive overboard into the ocean.
So this is like a mermaid looking or merman looking guy, right? Like an evil merman. He's
Oh
got like
yeah,
a
it's
tail.
kind of got like a merfolk vibes to it for sure.
Okay.
It is definitely like a partial, lower fish half, but whereas the upper fish half is not quite humanoid, it's still very fishy. Here, I'll just send a picture to describe it. But they say that these savage monsters devour unwary prey, hauling drowned corpses back to their underwater grottos to feed. That would presumably be common knowledge.
Yeah, so as he kind of like turns around and starts to like, I guess the best word to describe it would be like slither towards the edge of the boat. I'm just gonna flip my sword around and stab his tail and down into the ship, the hull of the ship, so he's just kind of stuck. And then just walk up behind him and bash him in the back of the head as hard as I can with my shield. Just kind of like Captain America, just smack his ass. Like, right. Yeah.
And with a sickening wet thud, you realize that their skulls are not quite as durable as that of the more mammalian type of individuals. It crushes rather thoroughly with a black squish seeping out.
And I'm just gonna. He just turns and looks down at the rest of the party from the helm with like a big smile on his face. Okay, I got him, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, and with that, you guys are out of combat. So.
After Glader says, "Don't worry, I got him," Locust will just do that sarcastic clap.
Well, boys, we set out to get dinner, but does anybody know if Marrow's good eating? He'll just
Only
kind of
one way
like
to find out.
prod at one of them with his rapier.
Could I go up to one of them and make like a medicine or animal handling or something, or survival, whatever it would be, to kind of check them over and kind of look at the meat, see if it's safe to eat?
Go ahead and give me, we'll call it a survival check.
I mean, if they're technically half fish, half humanoid, wouldn't the fish part of their bodies be, fish?
You've never heard of a pufferfish, Gladia? They're quite poisonous to eat.
Well, fair enough.
That is a 12 plus 7 for 19 total.
They don't really smell pleasant. You're not really sure how butcher them. And you're not sure that these are entirely edible. The marrow is to the merfolk what tieflings are to humans. It is like possibly once a merfolk, but somehow, some way been touched by the abyss. It's not necessarily the best or healthiest thing to eat, but I mean, you could eat it, but you probably shouldn't.
Well, boys,
Um,
it doesn't seem like it's the best idea to eat these, but
Sir, technically you wouldn't know that because I made the check.
sorry.
No,
Metagame check.
I know you gotta check the metagame, sir. It's so technically these are not good to eat, but Gladius, since they are half humanoid, isn't that technically cannibalism?
Uh, I don't really want to touch on that. So why don't we just toss them overboard?
Look, do you smell
Uh,
that? Do you smell the fish? They don't smell good. Usually you can do the sniff test, and if it doesn't pass, I wouldn't touch it.
well,
I,
boys, if I may, why don't we strip them for anything, any parts or whatever that might be worth a damn? We'll throw the tridents down in the ship. We'll sell those in port. And, well, boys, it looks like we've got chum and sharks good eating.
that's
Actually, there's plenty of shit in the ocean that eats meat. So we could catch dinner with this.
I swear to God, that was my idea. You just said it first, but yeah, let's do that.
Good idea, Captain.
God damn it!
Blade gonna
Well,
be
I couldn't have had an idea like that without your knowledge, saving us from cooking these fucking things. So, duly noted, my friend.
Logus is gonna like hold his head up a little higher and kind of do a side glance over at Locris. Of course, Captain. That's why I'm here.
Logus, you still got that chocolate on your nose.
Glader's just gonna grumble and just say under his breath, "I had the same goddamn idea. He just said it sooner," and just start dragging the marrow he just killed towards like the back of the ship where the ballista are.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Well, we should
Does
probably
anybody want to search the bodies for anything interesting?
yeah.
Uh,
I'll search the one I just killed up just because I'm right there.
So, as far as from what I recall in combat, one of them was slain and kind of partially destroyed, sent overboard rather. But so you do have 6 corpses to kind of go through. Who wants to make the investigation check?
can I
Locust will
aid?
make one.
I think you technically still have inspiration, Renwick, if you want to make it.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, that last one that I slayed, that was fighting Gladier. I'll walk over and check him out. I mean, I pierced him through the heart, so I'm assuming the body's still pretty intact.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. I mean, there's one for each of you if you would prefer to. If you guys want to pat down one of these rather gnarly smelling fish species.
Locust got 21.
You know, I
Lo-
started off rolling really shitty, but since we entered combat, I've been doing great. I just rolled a natural 20.
Logus
Nice.
got a 13, 12 plus 1.
I rolled a 1, but I can re-roll ones for. Oh shit! It's a 7. I'm gonna use my inspiration for a 10.
It's a total 23 for me. Nat 20 plus 3.
7 for Blade.
So as
I'm
you
just
guys kind of like pat down these things, it doesn't appear to be like they're carrying a lot. They do have this strange, harpoon device that they. It's like a metal belt that they clamp on, and a chain is attached to that and their harpoon. It looks as if part of their way of life, part of their way of hunting is they are very effective. These are not like smooth forged items. These are like very very makeshift. Like each link in the chain is a bit different. You can almost see the strike marks of the hammer, and it is very much just like a crude rod of steel rather than a weapon proper. But aside from that, they mostly contain like seashells, small necklaces. There's like a few turtle shells, a few patches of some various aquatic life that they have stitched together for makeshift clothing. But for the most part, there isn't anything particular on any of them worth much. You do, however, come across a handful of coins. Amongst them, you come across about a dozen platinum coins, however, but that's all that they carry.
So you said a couple platinum.
12,
So what do you
12
think,
total.
Cap? So what do you think, Captain? Are we gonna chop these into pieces and make it into chum, or are we just tossing them overboard to get them off the boat?
Well, I mean, we have to chum at least a little bit, so say toss most of them. Just take one, cut it down. We've got some tackle. We'll throw it out in the water, see if we can't catch ourselves something better.
What if the smell of marrows attract more marrows? That's the only thought I was having about keeping anything on the ship.
Well, I can't exactly say that I want to have a bunch of marrows baking out in the sun on the ship. That's going to make us all fucking nauseous. And, well, I mean, didn't one get sent overboard already? So, the scent's in the water. I mean, we don't have to fish right here, but we could keep one body, toss the others over, and while we're cutting it up, set sail. We'll toss some lines in the water when we get away from this area.
Would we know if there's any way to kind of fashion the ballista into a harpoon? Like tie a rope to the end of one of the bolts and then tie the other end of the rope to like the ship and just shoot it off?
Yeah, you would be able to fashion something like that with with a proper check. Might have to get a good sized rope, and where did you want to fasten it to? Like the outside of the boat or the mast? Like there are ways it could be done.
Well, guys, why don't we just try and, jerry rig this our ballista here into some sort of harpoon where we could, just drop the marrow bodies off the back of the ship as we're sailing on, and if we see anything come up trying to eat it, we just shoot it with the ballista, that we've got tied to, the side of the ship, and then just pull it in. I mean, I guess defer to the ocean expert here, the sailing expert, but I'm just not sure if that's sound logic, but if you guys think it might work, then I think it's better than just trying to, try and catch a potential large fish and or shark with a regular old rod and tackle. I don't want to lose our little halfling here because he got pulled in after a shark decided to swim away after getting hooked.
I mean, we could troll one of the bodies behind the boat, and then, like, the ballistas would probably, I would assume, be, I don't know, in range. So, sounds like a solid plan to me. And then, technically speaking, it's a little bit safer, because you're right. I mean, most of us are actually fairly small. You're probably the biggest one here. Nothing personal.
No. I agree. I'm a little hefty. My parents used to say I was a husky one, but it's fine. Wasn't the runt of the litter per se.
All right. Well, it's fine by me then. So, I guess if everybody wants to divide up, we can prep the body, and we're gonna troll it behind the ship as we set sail, and then have somebody keep watch. And if anything big comes up and tries to eat it, be ready with the ballista. And then if nothing happens, we cut the fucking rope, and we're on. We're no worse for wear.
So and Logus is gonna have like one of his knives standing over a mirror. So Captain, did you want me to get to work on this body, or are we just tossing him overboard?
Did we check to see if anybody knows if like there's any marrow body parts that might be of value? Like fins, scales, teeth, claws, anything in particular?
You can make a history check if you'd like.
Can I help him with that since I'm like right next to him standing over a mirror?
Sure. Go ahead and make it with advantage as you guys kind of ponder maybe some things you did or did not see at Wormhearth University.
That was a 5 and then a 1, but I re-roll ones for a 17.
So, did you make that with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know from what you can recall that Marrow are just kind of like deformed merfolk. Like long ago, a tribe of merfolk found an idol of a demigorgon at the bottom of a sea. And they, not knowing what it was, brought the artifact to their king. But everyone who touched this idol became afflicted with like a madness, including the king. And so this kind of creature is essentially sick or cursed. It is not a regular spell component or ingredient that is harvested from them. In particular, certain things you could harvest. A still beating heart would still count out of like this creature, but they've all been killed. So.
Well, we've got 150 feet in our group loot. We've got 150 feet of hemp rope. Why don't we tie a 50-foot rope to one of the bodies of the mer people and drag it behind the boat to lure in some sort of carnivore, like a shark or something, and then tie the remaining 100 feet of rope to one of the ballista bolts, and then we have ourselves a harpoon.
Well, if you'd like, we could mend some chains together from these harpoon guns. Could possibly be stronger and attach those to the bolts.
Well, if we think the chains from these merfolk will be stronger than rope, we might as well do that. But otherwise, I don't think it'll make a difference either way.
The only problem is how we're gonna get those. Like, we don't have a forge, so like we could tie the chains together, but like
He's saying he has mending, so he could break a chain and then like link them together and then cast mending and heal it and basically link them together.
oh, that could work actually.
All right, fuck it. Let's get moving because this is basically a mini game.
Yeah.
Well, question for the DM: how much feet of chain would you say we have among all the Murrow's harpoon guns if we were to attach them all together?
I'd say with the 6 bodies you guys managed to keep hold of, you're looking at probably 25 feet per body, so about 150 feet of chain.
Oh, fuck it.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! That's a lot of feet.
Yeah.
Also, Renwick's gonna walk over to Ariel and check on her and just be like, "How are you feeling? You took a bit of a nasty spill coming down from up top."
You see, she's kind of rubbing her hip a little bit, and she kind of stretches it out. I just missed a step. Thought the rope was there. Yeah, it happens. Not too bad, Captain. Not too bad. Thanks for inquiring. She kind of snaps to and goes about trying to tidy up the dock, helping to liberate the corpses and toss them overboard and things.
Glader's gonna kind of see her Renwick talking to her and her like rubbing her hip and noticing that she also took kind of a pretty hefty fall. Walk up to her slowly and just be like, "Hey, like I'm just trying to help and also apologize for our actions earlier." And just kind of like slowly like reach out a hand, like both of his hands kind of up in like a passive stance, and then just kind of place a hand on her shoulder and cast lay on hands for healer for 5 points.
Okay, yeah, you kind of take her by surprise a little bit. She's not sure what's going down at first, but by the end, she kind of you notice her walking with less of a limp. She, oh man, I really must have taken a good fall if you saw it, no eyes. She smiles at you.
Logus will see, that she's hurt too, and he's gonna, from a distance, because he doesn't want to get too close to her, cast healing word at her, and the healing word will be sorry. Try to get her back to full health.
Okay, go ahead and roll that out.
It's 1d4 plus 4.
Well, she's only down a single hit point at this point, so you definitely you help contribute her to getting back to full. She kind of she gives you a stern glance, but doesn't say anything in particular. Just kind of glares at you briefly before moving on about tending to the bodies.
Also, before I go over and start help breaking the chains, Glader's gonna walk by Locris and pat him on the back and be like, "Man, you really knocked a whole lot of skulls out there. I'm impressed, as always." And use the remaining of my lay on hands to heal Locris for 25 points.
Only needed 11.
Oh. Heal him for 11 points. Nah, I would have known that, though. I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, you don't have to burn your whole pool.
So I heal him to full health, so got you for 11 points, bud.
Well, who knew the ocean could be so fun?
Yeah, it might get a little bit more fun, depending on what we try and catch with this here bait, but I'm gonna start breaking these chains.
All right, yeah. So go ahead and give me a couple of strength checks as you bust these chains real quick.
Right.
Don't throw your back out.
I was just thinking that.
First one was 14. Oh wait, no, strength check. God, no, that's worse. That's a 11. The first one.
You tug and tug, and though these chains are poorly made, it's going to take more than 11 to break them.
I'm a little tired, guys. Let me try this other one. This one looks a little bit more rusted. Let me try that.
Yeah, go ahead and give me one more.
That's better. That's a 19.
Yeah, finding the strength within, a little leverage, put your boot on it and give her a good tug. You do manage to separate a length of chain.
All right. So how many are we trying to break? All of them, or Because if you're trying to do the mending spell to link them all together, do we need to snap them all?
You just got to do one on probably take one chain, do one link on each side, and then he can mend them to 2 other chains.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you it takes a little bit of effort, Gladier, but you do manage to break the necessary links. It takes a bit of time, but the party, at least Ariel, at least goes about kind of getting the gross black goopy blood of these creatures off of the deck, as well as the bodies you guys currently aren't mangling.
Low Chris, feeling in a giddy mood, waits for Ariel to clean a spot, and as she moves on to the next one, he'll cast Prestidigitation right behind her to make it look dirty again.
Give me a sleight of hand and see if you can do it without her noticing.
14. I mean, she is distracted, so.
She kind of walks by you, cleaning up the gunk. She kind of gives you an evil eye looking back, kind of seeing. But you swear you hear her mumble something along the lines of, "Oh, what a fucking dick," under her breath as she continues on.
Low Chris will just laugh and then just start walking around, cleaning up the deck with Prestidigitation.
All right. So, what is the overall plan with the marrow? You guys are going and you want to mount a rope to one of these harpoons?
Yeah, so I think our plan so far is we're going to use the chain that we got and try and attach it to one of the ballista bolts, and then tie a rope around one of the marrows and the ship, and then toss the marrow overboard so it's dragging behind the ship, and then wait to see if we attract some sort of carnivore to slay and eat with said fashioned harpoon.
Okay, this has got a bit of a technicality to it to attach a chain to the bolt as it fires forth, and then to mount that to the boat somewhere. That will take a bit of effort. Not so much tying off a rope with one end of to the boat and the other to a the corpse of a marrow. That wouldn't be so hard, but the getting the ballista to fire while attached to a chain might take a bit of effort. So go ahead and give me, we'll call it an intelligence check as you try to maneuver the mechanical components in your favor.
Can I ask the person who I think is smartest to assist me with this, because I'm not really, siege weapons aren't really my forte.
Yeah, you could ask the party for help.
Um, so yeah, I'll just look back towards the group, be like, I'm not exactly in my element here with this kind of stuff, but if anyone can maybe help me try and tinker this in a way to get this chain attached to this bolt in some sort of way where the ballista is still functioning, I could probably use the assistance.
Ariel kind of chuckles, kind of at your plan. Wow, no eyes. You never cease to surprise me. Good job. You keep going about that. And she walks off, continuing to scrub the deck.
Anyone want to help me out here?
I think it's only fair that the captain helps you.
I mean, I'm more than happy to take a look, but well, tinkering's never really been my thing. More of a
It's not
traveler.
very, it's not very first matey of you there, Logus.
I mean, the captain always steps up when he needs to because he's an honorable man.
Literally any sort of help would be useful.
Well, I've got small fingers, and I suppose that could be useful in assembling. So you tell me what to do, and I'll use my dexterous fingers to do it.
All right, yeah. So can I ask Renwick to help me and assist in getting the chain around? I feel like it would probably work best if we move it towards the actual head, the arrowhead of the bolt, because then it's not getting caught up in the ballista portion. Because if we put it on the back, that could fuck with the firing mechanism, and the chain could bang around inside the ballista. But if we kind of attach it more towards the head, so it's not actually in the firing mechanism, if I'm explaining this correctly, what I'm trying to go for. So like the chain is not like inside the ballista shooting out with the arrow. It's kind of like towards the head, hanging around, and then it shoots out, and then just gets dragged off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Captain,
we can maybe try and
Captain, just
attach
a
it
thought. We could always hold on to the chain and just see if we can get this modified by someone who knows what they're doing at the next port.
Are you
can also-
saying just keep the chain and use rope for everything? Because I'm fine with that as well.
I think we have a chance at messing this ballista up and making it useless. And it's probably not worth the risk at this moment.
Well, forget the chain. Let's use the rope and be on with our day.
That's fine with me. I don't want to break anything.
To fashion a rope versus a chain is a much easier concept. You still got to kind of finagle it a bit, but I guess depending on a roll, go ahead and give me an intelligence check. Can you put a knot on this thing to where it won't interfere with the mechanics of it?
Okay, so is that with Renwick helping me? Would I get advantage on
I'll
it?
aid him with
Yeah.
my knowledge of sailors' knots.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a 12. It's a straight roll for me on intelligence.
The knot looks good enough.
That's never good.
Well, if anything, we'll just maybe kill whatever attacks the marrow in one shot with good rolls there, and then we'll have it. But yeah, let's see. Might not be able to haul it in, but let's see how this goes.
You throw the marrow into the drink and have it kind of troll behind the boat as you guys kind of sail forward. So I assume, Gladier, are you going to mount this ballista and kind of wait for on fishing duty for something to come by?
Oh no, I'm not shooting this thing. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna try and be all cocky here. I don't think I'm the best shot in this group. I think somebody else should take ballista duty, and I'll make myself busy elsewhere.
Well, I think the best shots in this group are either me or the captain. It's up to you, Captain, whatever you decide.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. But if we're going off of best shot, it's certainly you. So I'd prefer you take the shot.
It would be my honor. What are we shooting at? Were we just testing it out, or are we shooting at something?
We're waiting to see if something attacks, tries and eats the marrow we got trolling behind us.
Up top on the crow's nest, can I climb up there and see if I see anything that maybe we could test this ballista on?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check. Speaking of checks, Renwick, as you kind of go to get the boat back in motion, go ahead and give me, we'll call it us another sailing check. Ariel is on point with your commands. However, at least one of your crew is also needs to be on point for you to make this with a straight roll. So, Blade, Gladier, and Locris, go ahead and give me either athletics or acrobatics checks to get the ship back into motion.
I rolled a 25 perception.
And we found navigator's tools. So
To
natural one. Did I re-roll? 10, 16.
Gladier, what'd you roll for your athletics?
17.
And Locris? Fail. With Ariel's help, it's just going to be a straight roll. But you do manage to, once again, get the boat to lurch in the correct direction, or at least what you assume is the correct direction, and continue to sail forth. Trolling your dead marrow behind you. Logos, your perception check, as you kind of look out over all the horizon, go ahead and give me another, roll me another d12.
That is a 7.
Okay, as far as you can tell in all directions, it looks like a clear bit of sailing. Nothing to behold besides blue sky and blue sea as you guys kind of make your way forward towards this, the north side Tuscargo. At least you hope. As you guys kind of make your way, the remainder of the day, at the very least, is uneventful. Nothing but the sound of the waves crashing on the boats, and the creaking of the wood, and the flexing of the ropes, and the occasional flap of the sail as it's pushed by the wind. But for the most part, the day is uneventful, and then finally, after a day's travel, the stars do creep into the sky, and you, Renwick, are now in a little bit better position to maybe gauge where you are exactly.
Oh, this is just wonderful. I feel much more comfortable after Locris found the navigation tools. Now the stars are out. I feel like we can finally get back on track and get where we need to go. But it sounded like you guys might be interested in making a pit stop on the way to Tuscargo. Was there talks of needing to stop in Green Hill? Was it?
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm a little sick of Bug.
Yeah, why don't we stop off in Green Hill? I'm sure Ariel might, depending on how she's feeling, she might want to get out of here as well.
Maybe
So-
ask her which place she wants to get off at in an undirty way.
That is a fair point. We could also ask her. But
Hey, how do you want to get off, girl?
Going down.
Logus, you better watch your mouth or she'll kick your ass again.
Nah, that wasn't in game. I'm not talking real.
Who spoke to my woman like that? I kid.
Logus has been the most like conscious of like consent and all that. Now he's labeled a pervert. He just doesn't like it.
Yeah, so she's clearly just, standing within earshot listening to your guys' whole conversation as she carves the skin off of another beetle and scrumptious it down. She says, Green Hill's a no-go for me, actually, so I appreciate, I think I'll stick to the original deal. I'll help you guys get to North Side, but I'm out after that.
well, would you be fine just staying on the ship if we stopped in Green Hill?
Technically, I would have to, I think. Kind of a wanted outlaw in Green Hill. I've been banished. They would be pretty pissed if I just showed up. Guaranteed.
Well, boys, I think given our history, we could probably respect being on the run and not welcome somewhere. So, in the interest of our friend here and making amends, why don't we just push on to Discargo? We have enough beetles to get us by. Between that and the rations, who knows? Maybe something will eventually bite that fucking corpse back there. If not, we should probably cut that off at some point. But we can make our way to Tuscargo. We bought enough supplies to get there, so there's really no need to stop in Green Hill.
Fine by me.
Well, Captain, seeing as it is an halfling majority population, there could be some information there about your family or your father at least, considering you yourself are a halfling. Then it wouldn't hurt to check a local tavern and get supplies, pop in and out, like she said. She can stay on the boat while we do our business and be gone without any trouble.
Well, I think it's a bit out of our way, if I'm not mistaken. It's not like we passed directly by it. And, I mean, like I said, we have the rations we need right now. She's a fugitive there, and we know that my father was going home. So if anything, the best person to check in right now is probably my mom. And I know exactly where she'll be.
And I'm not trying to imply that all halflings are the same or anything. I'm just saying we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know all, like, it's not like all halflings know each other. That's not a thing.
No, I'm just saying your father was missing.
walking
He
on
showed
thin
up at
ice.
Wormhearth. He showed up at Wormhearth and then he head back home. You don't know what he was doing before Wormhearth, is all I'm saying.
Blade is going to turn to Ariel and just kind of shrug.
She kind of returns your shrug. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, this is not a dictatorship. I might be the captain, but it's all of our choice. So, all those in favor of pushing on to Tuscargo, say aye. And then he'll raise his hand and say aye.
Ariel does as well.
There's no harm. There's no point in seeking out trouble if we can avoid it. If Ariel's gonna find trouble in Green Hill, there's no point in going there.
Blade will say, I am in as well.
Yeah, I don't give a shit one way or the other, honestly.
That's more than enough. The Tuscargo it is then.
All right, and you guys kind of make your decision and hold course true as you sail into the night. Once again, Renwick, you're kind of stuck with one of those weird situations. Do do you press on through the night? Do you drop anchor and maybe set watch? Do you have one of your crew try to maintain course while you sleep? How does the night shift work upon the Dawn Treader?
I'm gonna push through the night, and I'm not sure about you guys. I'm assuming pretty much everybody would like a long rest. I'm doing just fine from that battle, so I'm fine to navigate through the night. If I could get maybe somebody to just help me keep watch in shifts, that would probably behoove us.
Blade will stay with Renwick.
Well, why don't you let me do it? I just need a short rest to get my spell slot back. So I'm already at 100 in every capacity.
And then after 4 hours, Logus here will be back. I mean, he only needs to rest for half as long as everybody else. Makes him quite efficient.
Blade just goes, well, I'm not going to be sleeping anyways, so I may as well be up.
So there you go, Captain. You have a pick.
Well, I mean, the more the merrier then. It's easier to stay awake through the night if we've got more people out here, not to mention more eyes on the water. But I'd imagine, wouldn't you guys be exhausted if you don't sleep tonight? I think mechanically speaking, I should be the only person trying to take exhaustion. You guys should rest in shifts. However that needs to manifest.
Well, and that works with Logus getting a rest to start, and then he could come up and take over while the rest of us get our general sleep. I mean, minus exhaustion, yeah, I have every spell slot back, so literally could get into a fight right now and be right where I was before the marrow.
Yeah, we'll do that. Everybody keep watch while Logus rests. After 4 hours, he can come out. Everybody else go rest. I'll press on through the night the whole time.
Okay, sounds like a good plan. As a party, I guess Logos, you're probably headed off first. Where you sleep, I guess, is the crew's quarters. There's a hammock there. You could also post up in the crow's nest or something if you're not trying to be social with like Ariel, who
Well, before
also
I
is
go down,
going to bed.
I wanted to, in front of everybody, put my hands up and just not walk towards her, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry. These are my family and I care about them, and I didn't know if we could trust you, and so I betrayed your trust, and you have every right to be mad at me. But I just wanted you to know that I do apologize, and I was trying to do what I thought was best for my family and friends here. We've been through a lot, and we've almost died for each other. We've fought for each other. And I didn't think about the consequences of how you would react. And I'm sorry. And as a token, I hope you can accept this for helping us, because without you, we would probably be lost at sea. And your help has been greatly appreciated. And I'll have like a little pouch of 500 gold. And I'm not quite as rich as my friend here. I've come from humble beginnings. I'm just a lowly little elf boy from a forest far, far away from here. But I hope this is more than enough for payment for your help here.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check as you hand her over this satchel of gold.
Let's say straight D20 with a natural 1.
He trips and grabs your boob.
I trip and throw the gold at her face.
She takes the gold from you and puts it. She eyeballs the package suspiciously, then looks back to you, and then back to the package, and then back to you. And she kind of glances over your shoulder and sees Blade and the rest of the crew kind of looking on, and she it looks like she clenches her jaw a bit. Takes it and she says through gritted teeth, "Thank you so much." And kind of puts the parcel away. And she leans into you and gives you a bit of a whisper, something close enough that only you could hear, Logos. And she says, "Don't worry, they already paid me not to kill you, but if you give me the chance, I'd swipe that marrow we're dragging out back with your knife-eared ass any day." And she kind of, thanks, pats you on the ass and walks off.
Before she moves back and us can hear. Well, I've said I'm sorry, and my niceness only goes so far. If you see fit to try, you know where to find me. And I'll turn around and walk away.
She, go ahead and give me a perception check, Logos, as you guys kind of part ways.
Yeah, my coin purse is in my balls, so she touches it. It's much better. It's a 24 total.
You see her kind of trying to be sly about it, but she does start counting the coins in the package you gave her.
And part of me, dude, wants to fling the kick her off the boat. Anyways, I'll go to bed.
Okay, so as you kind of head off to bed, Locris, you of all people, Ariel kind of approaches, and she kind of looks you up and down. She says, "So, what's your deal, demon boy? Why you like that? What's the deal here?" I don't know. I'm not sure about you. Don't see many tieflings out here.
Don't see many tieflings anywhere, and you'll have to be a little bit more specific about what you're looking for.
What are you doing here? You obviously ain't a sailor. You're in the middle of the ocean. Well, why?
Well, I was out looking for information. Started running into some fights and harassments. Met up with these chuckle fucks. And, Golden Boy over there was running into a time where just by the color of his scales he was getting killed, and I know what it's like to get double looked while you do absolutely nothing. So ran along, and I've learned a lot about things I need to know. So figure I keep along and keep them safe. They keep me safe, and until I get all the information I'm looking for.
I expected some dark, sinister answer. That's like some normal pirate shit.
I sold my soul to the devil. No, I look like this because my great grandma decided to get horny with Beelzebub.
Sick. She kind of ponders for a minute. Well,
So my darkness that I put out isn't so much because of enjoyment. It's more of a defense mechanism.
so let me ask you. You're the more practical of everybody, in my eyes, anyway. As far as murder and mayhem are concerned, what's with the knife here? What's he all about? I would really love to kill that guy.
The elf.
Yeah.
He just has a way about him. He means well. He's just, when you come across a 6-year-old who still believes that the tooth fairy comes to put money under his pillow, and you see he means well. It's sort of like that. I don't know if he spent too much time amongst the dregs of society. So he does what he thinks is good and what he hopes helps everybody. Sometimes it works. Sometimes, well, you end up on a boat. I mean, but as I said, it really was nothing personal on his part. It was just they're all afraid of you running back to the Warhammer, other damn ship, and telling them that you just came across us. And, keeping a low profile. We killed 40 of their friends. Not something you go around bragging about,
Damn. She kind of ponders a bit longer. Well.
Yeah, that pendant, and I pull out mine. I had these made, one for everybody, melted from the badges of their friends. So, I mean, yeah, I know things got crazy pretty quickly, but give him the benefit of the doubt. And maybe just let him sleep with both eyes closed and not having to keep one open.
As far as I know, elves don't really sleep. But,
No,
yeah, I'm not going to hold a grudge, but, I feel like I owe him one, So,
hey, harass him. That's what I've been doing. Just,
She smiles as you say this. She's like, yeah, well, that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. A little harassment, a little good fun amongst the crew, yeah? So, I happen to notice things, mostly what people are carrying about them, and I was curious. Old Knife here gave me a bunch of coins. You should maybe let me buy that makeup kit you've been packing about. I'll give you full price for it.
What do you need makeup for?
She smiles. Mischief?
Good enough of a reason as any. I mean, mostly I was using it to keep Golden Boy safe, make him look a little bit more bronze. So I haven't had to bust it out for a while. And I use Mask of Many Faces to disguise my look. Because obviously I really don't need it for myself. And then I go back to my normal look and... Alright. Pull out the makeup kit.
She hands you 50 gold from a parcel that Logos had just gifted her recently.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too. And, as somebody who spends a lot of time hiding, kind of sucks. It's kind of nice to be able to be yourself, Just think about it. The bad rap or no, the people who are really assholes around here want to hate on you for being a tiefling, then you just kind of know where they stand right off the bat, You hiding from them is kind of like them hiding from you. You don't really know.
It's just childhood shit that I gotta work through. That's all.
Well, thanks again. She kind of walks away whistling as she's thumbing through your makeup kit, and she heads to wherever Logos just left to.
Locris will just smile, reach under his personal coin purse to pull out his actual coin purse, and then deposit the 50 gold.
As you guys are kind of sailing through the evening, who is currently on deck on the first watch while Logus is napping or meditating rather? So we got Renwick and who?
I think everybody else. And then when Logus comes out, everybody else was going to rest.
Okay, so everybody on deck, give me a perception check right now.
I think Glader would go to bed because he wouldn't want to leave Logus alone on watch.
I mean, I'm going to be up there all night.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm staying up all night so that you guys can get rest, but we can still move on.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, then Glader would stay up then. Yeah, so perception.
That's a 25 for Renwick. Andy 19.
One of my better perception rolls. Actually, no,
That conversation distracted Locris. Yeah, that explains my role.
still actually probably one of my better perception rolls. 13.
Okay. Real quick, Logos, what is your passive perception?
Oh, it's pretty fucking high, but imagine her stuff is higher. 20 passive.
God damn! Don't make it easy on me. Okay, so you guys up top, you notice off in the distance a darkness, like a dark cloud in the sky, and it spreads pretty far, and pretty wide. Though there are no winds, it is a relatively a calm night. You can see a growing cloud off in the distance, and it is something you probably will be traveling either very near to, if not directly through.
Well, boys, I don't know about you, but I don't think we've had a ton of luck on the sea, and I'd rather not take my chances with the storm. It's probably going to take us a bit more time, but it's almost certainly in our best interest to try to steer around the side of this thing.
Yeah, I already get seasickness enough on a calm seas. I don't want to see what happens when there's a storm. Personally, that's my opinion.
So Blade at this point, like he's not even really a kind of part of the watch. He's more just kind of at the head of the ship, just kind of playing like maybe like a little bit of a haunting tune to himself, just eyes closed, not even looking at the storm, doesn't even notice it, but just so everyone knows.
Okay, yeah. As you strike up a melody, Renwick, you go to navigate, around said storm, trying to avoid barreling directly through it. Logos, you, while in your sleep or meditation rather, you're finding a nice moment of rest, and the ship just kind of shifts ever so slightly. And as it does, it takes the small halfling who is very, very delicately smudging something across your face, a half step, and you clearly feel a palm, swipe across your forehead as you meditate.
I think Logus is gonna instinctively just snatch the hand, grab the hand.
Okay, give me we'll call it a acrobatics check.
Oh my gosh. That is a 18 plus 5. 23.
as you kind of snatch her hand, and she very narrowly misses as she was also gently trying to apply some makeup to your face, clearly seeing you have caught her. She kind of just smiles at you. She says, "You're a dick," and goes for a sack tap, and then goes to run away.
Is that 2 sessions in a row where I've been punching the balls? So does she hit?
Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
Yeah, you take 2 bludgeoning damage to the balls as this halfling runs out of the room, giggling profusely.
How long into my rest has it been?
Not long, only a few minutes.
Logus is gonna run after her up top, and do I see her when I get up top?
Oh yes, as you know, quickly the rest of the crew sees Ariel come up from below deck, and followed swiftly by Logos, who has a partially drawn symbol on his forehead and is wearing some very bright red lipstick that he's not entirely aware of.
Locust just starts busting up laughing.
Looks like somebody decided to take shore leave a little early.
Captain, with all due respect, I can't exactly be on point of resting if I can't even sleep. Now, I don't want to hurt her. I feel like this is deserved, but you gotta help me out a little bit.
I mean, that is fair, and I think all things considered, given the fact that she's on the payroll now and she's had her fun, I think you guys can squash it and call it even. No more hijinks. Especially because while you guys were down there, we noticed this, and he points off into the distance toward the storm. He's like, and we're going to have to deal with that, so we're either going to have to go around it or through it. And the only way I see us getting through that is with everybody on deck and Blade at the helm with me. Call down and be like, Blade, should we take that route? It's fucking dangerous, and I'm going to need your inspiration. I sail better with music. It's just always been a thing of mine.
So at this point, Blade's pretty deep into concentration.
You guys notice that Blade is playing quite the tune, and he seems not focused on much around him. And as his fingers begin strumming the instrument faster and faster, you can almost see like a wave of arcane energy, almost like a ripple in a pond of water, just occasionally waft outward from Blade's core itself. And as this very, very mellow tune just kind of calls out across the cold, dark water, eventually something kind of odd happens. Very subtle at first, but lo and behold, from the other side of the boat, must have slowly climbed its way up, you see something you have not before. A very small yet bioluminescent blue crab has made its way to the top of the railing on this deck, and it is clicking and clacking its claws in beat with Blade's very, very haunting song. It seems to be quite enjoying itself, doing a little dance as it clicks and clacks to Blade's music, making itself very comfortable, getting very, very close to Blade in the process.
So I can imagine like Renwick kind of, yelling to Blade to kind of get back over and maybe help out. But with this, it's like basically I think Blade just feels kind of instantly connected with this creature and just kind of opens his eyes, turns and looks at him, and kind of reaches his arm out to kind of motion the cat crab, or maybe just see if it's friendly to him. This is kind of completely new to him.
As you reach out towards this crab, it reaches out kind of towards you, and it's almost like a static electricity jolt zaps between the two of you. As you touch this crab, you have like an overwhelming sensation, things you have not experienced before. And as you're sorting your mind out, just kind of just shaking away the cobwebs of what the hell just happened, you realize that all at once you've got almost the thoughts, the feelings, and the memories of this crab's entire life. Though it's only a year or two, you have somehow mentally connected with this crab on a level it would be hard to explain. But almost immediately upon touching this creature, it scuttles up your arm and finds rest in a pocket on your cloak. And after a quick snap, 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 it slowly makes itself comfortable, almost sort of nesting within a pocket on your person.
Blade, very caught off guard by it, just kind of smiles and says, "Well, I could always use a friend, and maybe you're looking for one too." And just kind of pats his pocket lightly where the crab is.
It does kind of perch itself to where it can look outwards, occasionally peeking on at the surroundings outside of your pocket, but it looks quite content for the time being.
Blade will, at this point, kind of snap to and kind of be, sorry, Renwick. What were you saying?
Did the party see that, or was he like down?
No, Blade took a bunch of mushrooms when you guys weren't looking. Yeah. The party did.
Crazy.
The party did notice the bioluminescent crab, glowing in the dark and doing a bit of a dance on deck before finding its way onto Blade's person.
Well, I mean, leave it to Blade, of all people, to end up catching crabs on a pirate ship. But that being said, we got to figure out what we're going to do about this storm. And I have questions about that crab, because that's fucking awesome. But there's a more pressing matter rapidly approaching. Now, we could try to push through this storm, and Blade can try to play us through, and everybody can man the ship, and I'll take the helm. Or we can try to go around it and lose time. And I'm going to leave that one up to a vote, because that's not a decision any one person should be making for everybody.
And Glader's gonna kind of turn towards Ariel in that moment, and be like, first of all, what you've done here, and just kind of gestures towards Logus. This is beautiful. I love this. Logus, that shade on your lips matches your complexion perfectly. But also, what is your opinion? Because I know I trust Renwick here, and I trust his opinion, but I know that you are also a seafaring folk. So, what do you think we should do? Pass through or circle around?
She looks over towards the storm. She kind of gauges the sky. And she says, well, let me take a roll. Well, she turns to Renwick. She says, we don't need to. We don't need to be going near any storms. The winds are docile. There's not the smell of the rain on the wind. For all we know, it's just some dark clouds. Could be a storm. I don't see any lightning or thunder or but steering clear of it's probably the safest bet. But save time if we went through. It's kind of preference, really.
All right.
Now you're the most experienced sailor alongside me. So are you going to be able to get them through the storm? Because you're going to be helping lead the crew.
Can I, as he's asking that question, can I head towards the helm? I'm probably gonna not do great on this roll, but Glader still wants to try it anyway. Can I just head towards not the helm, but the poop deck? Recently learned that's the front of the ship. Just head towards the front of the ship and just kind of look at it to see. I know it's super far off, but I just kind of want to see if it looks like a natural storm or if it looks like something else.
You can give me a perception or a nature check, whichever you prefer.
Perception or nature? What is my nature? Definitely perception, because that's a whole additional one to roll. Fuck me sideways. That's a natural one. So either way, I just fucked that.
Fuck, man, it's really dark out there, and
That's
Blade has a blue glowing crab. What the fuck?
Well, I tried, guys. I just, I like how the clouds look in this, the moonlight, and it's pretty.
As you kind of gaze over the side, it does look to be shifting. It's like maybe there's some really fast up high winds, but the dark cloud in the distance seems to be covering more and more stars as you travel forward.
Well, they look like clouds to me, and I don't know. I've lived half my life in a valley, in a mountain, and the other half of my life in the desert. So I don't know storms like this. So I'm gonna defer to our captain here. So whatever the rest of the party decides to do, let's go with that.
Well, our friend here thinks that she can lead the crew, and I take the helm, and Blade stays up there with me. And we feel confident that we can push through this storm. It's going to be daunting, but I mean, shit. Look at what we've done in the last week. I'm hard pressed to think that there's really much that we can't do at this point. We have a way of fumbling our way through it. It's always a beautiful fucking disaster, but we always get where we're going. So, I almost want to take my chances with the storm.
Ariel, kind of standing near you, she smiles. She says, "Yeah, well, whatever you say, Captain." And kind of behind your back, very very childlike in nature. She kind of makes sure to at least throw a few hand gestures towards Logus when she thinks you're not looking.
Respect.
So what's the plan? Do you barrel through the storm?
Are there any objections?
I cast my vote with whatever your vote is, so I'm good to go through the storm if you are.
Yes, with my hours of sailing knowledge.
You know, you've gotten more sarcastic since you've been on the ocean. I think it might be something in the air that you're reacting to. It's made you very grumpy.
I think I'm allergic to salt water.
I love grumpy locust.
All the more reason to get you back to land then. So it sounds like all in favor of the storm it is.
Aye, I can sail even with these lot. She kind of gestures to the rest of the crew. So as you kind of make your way towards the storm, the darkening clouds don't seem to affect the water much. You're expecting rough waves at any point, but you kind of make a good heading and a good time, and they just don't seem to come. Everybody, give me perception checks as you get closer to this dark storm.
$17 for Renwick.
12 for Locust.
I swear to God, it's like my dice don't want me to see anything. Because I was rolling so high in combat, and then I just rolled a fucking 4 on perception. So it's a 5 total for later.
5 total for Blade as well.
Me and Blade are so distracted by his new blue crab friend, and we're just really excited.
Dude, he glows in the dark.
As as such, as you guys get closer to the storm, you hear off in the distance a light sound. It's hard to dissect. It's hard to pinpoint exactly with the crashing of the waves on the boat, but it sounds like a flutter. A long moment later, a look of panic comes across Ariel's face, and she goes like blood white as she turns to Renwick. Captain, we're in a bad way. This is not a storm. This is a fucking swarm of sturge. I'm going below deck. Fuck these guys. And she starts running. Like she sprints for the crew quarters.
Okay, well, I mean, we're clearly going to try to divert the ship.
As about the time she goes sprinting across the ship, she hollers out, "Don't do it! I wouldn't!" And she's gone. She's below deck. And as you kind of become closer, you realize that the dark cloud above is not a dark cloud at all, but thousands upon thousands of sturge, and they slowly but surely descend upon the boat. You are now thoroughly surrounded on every angle. You cannot see the starry sky any longer, and it looks as if you are, sailing into a storm full of these winged sturge, sea sturge to be specific, small, similar to the flock you had fought on the mountain, but you had fought a swarm of little more than 100. By your estimation, the way they were able to block out the sky and surrounding area, you're looking at a couple thousand. This is likely not a scenario you'll win with brute strength alone.
I think, Captain, we go down and we just wait this out.
Something tells me they'll tear the ship to shreds with us inside of it. If there's that many of them, I think we're going to have to try to outsail them, see if we can't sail faster. Maybe we can use the winds to our advantage. We just need to get enough space if they leave us.
And with that, I think that's where we're going to end our session for the night, fellas.
Fucking sturge.
God damn it.
Here's a crab. Everyone dies. Sweet.
No.
Sturge. Apparently Sean's favorite toy.
No, this is a sea sturge. I mean, this is different.
For the record, both Sturge encounters were a random roll from Logos. This is both his fault. Twice, both times.
This is the third time they've come across. Because there was the one at the night where we all stayed in the cave. Then there was the one where Logos's horse decided that Sturgis sucked. And now this one.
True story.
3 times is a pattern. Yeah, I think Logos really wants these Sturges to attack us for some random reason.
At first, I threw 1 at you, and then I threw like 100 at you. Now I'm gonna throw like 10,000 at you. Somebody's gonna die. I'll just keep upping the number until someone dies.
You really just want to Sturgis to death, and there's something so terrifying about that, like that specific death.
If we get a TPK via Sturge, I'm gonna be very sad.
See, no, if you were a DM that tried to kill us with, something insane like a dragon or a dreadnought, or no, you're just trying to kill us with swarms of Sturge that are progressively getting larger. And that is terrifying. It's so much more terrifying. At least we know to expect it from the big bads. Being ripped apart by a swarm of massive mosquitoes. Ugh.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie, they might be on a random encounter several times. Yeah, I didn't think you would roll them out 3 or 4 times, but I should know better with you guys.
Oh man, well that's gonna be a fun thing to start off with next session.
It really is. I just really wanted to put a fight down where Logos was in lipstick. That's all I really wanted, you guys.
Oh, God, that is canon. He's so ready for the Sturge.
The highlight of this session is Logos wearing lipstick.
And getting sack tapped for a second session in a row.
2 sessions in a row.
Just remember.
Next session, a fucking Sturge is gonna fly right into my balls or something.
Hold on, I gotta write this down.
Mid-combat, Glader is just gonna, tap you right in the sack just to make it 3 in a row.
You're gonna be like, everyone run to the other way, and you don't know I'm so close behind you, and you just accidentally tap me in the sack.
It won't be an accident.
Not compl-
We've got a strength modifier of 4. It's not going to be good.
I know. I mean, technically, he would know it. You've already sack tapped him, sack punched him, really.
Yeah, you're still feeling the first one I gave
you. Fast forward to like 200 years in the future, and the elves have to cure ball cancer because of Logos.
That was a great session, guys. I fucking love that.
Yeah, that was solid. One of these days, we'll actually make it to Tuscargo. I feel like without the series of shitty rolls, we would have already been there a session and a half ago. But it's been quite a story since then.
Yeah, I mean,
we've kidnapped somebody, made them our friend, fought off a bunch of mer people, dragged its dead body, hoping to catch a shark. We stay busy.
I think it's been 2 sessions where we're moved only a couple hundred yards.
We also only have 1 sailor in the group, no one else. I don't know the details of everyone's backstory, but from context, I can probably say with confidence no one else has ever been on the open ocean before other than you. So kind of makes sense that it's taken us a little bit longer.
Well, just a reminder, in just over 10 minutes, our first podcast episode drops. So listen, like, subscribe, 5-star reviews, all the jazz.
All the above will do.
Is it gonna be available on all podcast apps and shit?
I have most right now. I have it on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple. I'm having troubles with Google Podcasts and Pandora and with Stitcher.
No, put
So
in the plug right now, just in case anyone else other than anyone other than us listens to our YouTube channel. Put in the plug.
yes,
What's the podcast name? Where can they find it?
anyone interested, it's called Monsters and Mythos. Sean and I discuss the races and monsters of Dungeons and Dragons and compare them to their folkloric and mythological counterparts. The first episode will be on humans, where Sean will go over how humans have been utilized in 5e, and then I will describe some of the creation myths about man, how you could play it. We also have harpies and halflings in the works right after that. So there you go.
Heck yeah, it's been pretty fun to work on some of that. I've found some pretty interesting stuff here and there. It's worth listening to if you're for the niche audience of those people who like to play Dungeons and Dragons. You know.
How'd you figure out how to get the podcast out there like that?
I was like, Chris, do this, and then he did it.
Couldn't do that with this one. I could have been listening to the episodes.
Well, I'm using Podbean as a hosting platform, and then they do a lot of the work, and so I'm just slowly working it out that way. Anchor is completely free, but it's a little bit more, they'll use your stuff however they want also. So if it, got beyond 6 subscribers, whereas with Podbean, spend a little bit of money to host as many hours as we want, but complete control over the program. When selecting advertisers, I made sure to not do politics because some of their big ones include Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. And I'm like, for myself, I said no. So I'm sure there's others on there that other people would be like, nah, that's fine. I don't want to hear that either. But beer, cigars, and sex are still on the table. The important stuff.
Nice.
Hell yeah, well, I'll check it out tomorrow. I'll listen to it while I work.
Yeah, same.
Hell yeah.
Cool. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I'll keep in touch on the channels, and we'll do this thing again next week, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll try not to throw any more sturge at you between now and then.
Actually, I just remembered this. So I have a buddy flying in on Wednesday night. Is there like a Monday or Tuesday that would work for you guys next week? Dodgeball's out. They're renovating the gym, so Tuesdays are now open for me for the foreseeable future.
Like always, I'm pretty good for Monday. If you want to do Monday.
I can do Monday and Tuesday next week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday next week are good for me.
Yeah, I'm good for Monday or Tuesday.
Sweet. We'll pick a day like tomorrow or the next day. But we'll aim for Monday, Tuesday as a backup.
Okay, yeah.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right,
All right,
guys.
later,
I'll
guys.
talk to you later. Have a good one.